Oops. Sorry about that. Yeah, it was just to wake you up in case you were not fully focused. I bumped into the microphone and it went boom. Sorry about that. It's 1:40 a.m. on Friday. It's a little past midnight. Pre-dawn. Not yet. We'll be coming on that. Maybe. I'm still talking. Like, 24 hours a day. It's hard to shut me up, you know. Yes, sirree, Bob. I can talk to myself all night long. That's what Marilyn tells me. Hey, sirree, Bob. There you can see my little, what you call it there. There you can see me. Hello. There's a sideway view. I don't really have a front view. Um, my MacBook Pro is here. And, I don't like to be on that side, so the producers have to swap cameras. Yeah, there we go. I like to be just right in the middle. There's the middle, right there. We can play with it. Yeah, I'm pretty much in the middle most things. Whatever makes sense. That's the. All right, the U.S. is prosecuting the Iranian neutering. They are neutralizing Iran. And the regular people don't mind because the present leadership of Iran needs to go away, as they say. Pick up your shekels and haul ass out of there. Yeah. It's time for your exodus. And we'll see what happens. It's Friday, it's March 6th. In case you guys haven't been noticing, I have a little dog coming. And they're just being hand delivered by Andrew. Thank you very much. And as of 1:20 this morning, he was 5 hours and 50 minutes away. So 1:20 a.m. plus 5 hours and 50 minutes makes 7:10 the way I had it. So 7:10 if he averages 60 miles an hour, a mile a minute. He's on I-95. See him right up there? Yeah. There's Andrew with the big A, and there's I-95 as it wiggles down through Jacksonville and then wiggles down the coastline of Florida. It ends up right in Boca Raton with the tip of that little arrow is right on Boca Raton. Yeah. Look at that bright red line. Could it be brighter? Yep. 1:20 a.m. Wow. Yeah, I sent him a text message. I said, Andrew, where the hell are you? I haven't seen you in an hour and a half. And then he turned on his doodad. I think I noticed he had a dinner spot and locked everybody up and went and had dinner. Then truck stop somewhere, parts north. Maybe not. Let's see, this is Friday, so Thursday, Tesla closed down to 405.55, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down to 47,955 or 50 something. We can see 47,9 50. Yeah, it looks like a 5. What's the difference? 5, 6, 47,000. Jesus. Go figure. March 6th. There you go. I'm going to my... So, Friday, Tuesday, Friday. Here we go. Look at this. Let's just collapse this a little bit. Make sure we don't go out of bounds. There we go. Now this is a spreadsheet which Jimmy has done. This is not official anything. This is Jimmy Wilson. Every Tuesday and every Friday. Taking the data the little data that I can see off the internet through their app. They have an app which you can download into your iPhone and keep tracks of the winning numbers of all the lottery games in Florida. Yeah. And it started off at 50 million. On December 3rd. The previous Tuesday, there was a grand prize winner of over $1 billion, I think. That's a lot. Well, I tell you what, this is not exactly chump change. Presently, we're sitting, yeah, there you go. We can, at 496 million rollovers. See in the very bottom of the list? Rollover, John Dover, yeah. I used to know a banker by the name of John Dover. And he was a lender, you know. So the borrowers would go meet with him and try to get things done and all that and say, roll over, John Dover. Come on. Give me a break. He was very prolific, did a lot of business. Many people knew him. And lightning strike, he actually went to the same church I did. I saw him there one day. Go, oh my Lord. Woo. God. Yeah, it's amazing. You just never know where people are or what church they go to or anything like that. I'm not exactly Mr. Religion. No. I mean, it's no reason, you know. It's not like I'm agnostic or anything, and I'm not an atheist or anything. I've read the Bible. Can you believe that? I'm a scientist. I was trained as a scientist, you know, actually. Yeah, biochemistry, biochemist. I was a chemistry major and a biology major on my way to medical school until my girlfriend said, if you become a doctor, we're done. I said, say what? Say what? What do you mean? What are you telling me? What do you mean we're done? You know, it's not a barbecue. Yep. She said, if you... Yeah, that's what she said. I'm just telling you. Yeah. Moving it up a little bit so you can see the bottom of this. There you go. See on the bottom there, 496. Do a little reverse pinch. March 6th, which is today. You know, in 22 hours from now. My God. By then, I should have a little dog. I don't know. This is an interesting experience for old Jimbo. Because I have 2 cats. How was that going to work? I have a boy cat named Kino, and he kind of like runs the show around here. And he's going to have company, and I don't know how that's going to work. It will work. God damn it. Oops, excuse me. It will work. Darn it. Yeah, we'll make it work. I'm the zookeeper. I'm in charge of getting them together and hold them by the back of the neck. Yeah, I just hold them by the back of the neck, and I just, both of them, say hello to each other. And talk to the cat and said, Kino, do not slap this dog around. It's only 8 weeks old. Give it a chance to bite and bark. I mean, my God. They'll be buddies. Yeah, what the heck. Yeah. Roll over. There it is. If you were the lucky single person that would be winning this in 22 hours from now, you would have an opportunity to, let's go, look at all these numbers. Oh my God. The jackpot lump sum. Yeah, see? The lump sum is actually the net present value of the value of the future cash flows. Yeah, that's what net present value means. And isn't there a simpler way of looking at this? There we go. My God, where have you been? There it is. You don't have all those numbers. I mean, I just have them all, add them. You add them every Tuesday and every Friday. It's Friday coming up. So I just, so you can see the, excuse me, so you can see the column captions right there. There we go. Yep. 496, roll over. And if you were the single winner, the jackpot, this is a print screen of the spreadsheet. Okay, if you're wondering how come I can do all this stuff without lousing up my spreadsheet, I did a print screen on it, like here. Here we got all the numbers. No, we don't want that. We want this one. We don't want to get confused. Let's keep it simple, stupid. So this is also a print screen, but I went all the way down to the current draw date, which is March 6th. Now, if you were the lucky winner, that would be the approximate amount of money you'd have to claim on your tax return if you decided to take the lump sum. Look at that. Lump sum. 224 million. That's almost $250 million in cash. Wow. Well, not so fast, because Uncle Sam is there, and he's going to take 24% withholding. So all of a sudden, 224 becomes 170. And not so fast, because since 224 is a big number, and you're probably in the maximum tax bracket, you're going to owe another 13%, which brings you down to 141 million in round numbers. Yeah. What's $300,000 among friends? Yeah. Anyway, so all of a sudden, 496 million, you get knocked down to 141 million. Now that's what, yes, you give them the routing and transit number and the account number, and bam, you got 100. Can you imagine $141 million deposit into your checking account, into your money market account? Bam! TD Bank. Call them a day in advance and say, TD, there's going to be a rather large deposit. So don't think it's a mistake. And I want instant credit. Don't you give me this 6-day hold crap on 141 million. Call me. I want to make absolutely certain that I have access to this sum of money because I'm going to move it around pretty soon. And my plan is, it's actually pretty simple. It's really simple. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to take 50 million. Okay, that's a big number. And put it in a money market account, at least one, that earns at least 4% income, interest. And 4% interest on 140, on 50 million is about $2 million a year in interest income. So if you pay taxes on 2 million, that's going to bring you down to, 1,600,000 in round numbers among friends. So so you pay probably, that's right. So you pay 4 or 500, because you're going to pay another 37% tax on the 2 million in interest. Boy, this earning a lot of money is getting expensive. Anyway, but so 1,600,000. That's quite an allowance to spend. You divide 1,600,000 by 12 months. That's that's a lot of money. 100,000 a month. It's hard to spend that. Now, hold on a second. This is just for breakfast, lunch, dinners, travel, airfare, cruises. If you take one, So the plan is put 50 million in the side pocket, earning 4% interest. That gives you the 1,600,000 and this is just for Marilyn and Jimmy and the cat and the dog. Yeah, honey. We're supposed to get honey in 5 hours. Can you imagine? I have the leash. I have the thing that says attack service dog. Watch out. Yeah. And $141 million. So we put 50 in the side pocket, all right? I have 4 children. I'm going to give them $12.5 million apiece. Just write them a cashier's check or get their RMT and just transfer it to them. We'll try a Zelle. I don't think Zelle would work. So, we'd do wire transfers. The bank will do wire transfers. We get the RMT number of their bank account and just hit them up with $12.5 million. The next morning, boom, they're wealthy. Yeah, not many people have $12.5 million in cash. Now they're going to have to pay income on that tax, on that income. So that'll net them over $9 million. So what the hell? It's a few million among friends. Yeah. So that's just their initial jolt to get $12.5 million. 4 times $12.5 million. Well, what does that add up to? Yeah, there you go. The magic number. That's another 50 million down the toilet. Not down the toilet, yeah. Yeah. So now we just disposed of 100 million real quick. But that's how you got to do this. So 50 million goes to the kids. 50 million goes in the side pocket. So the interest income is what we use to pay for our breakfast, lunch, dinner. We don't have any bills because we pay off all the bills. No bills. Just have a secure, American Express account or something, where every month it gets paid. We just sweep the money, out of the checkbook into the card. So every month it goes to a zero balance and starts up again. Yeah. American Express has some very nice end of year statements that they give you, and you can, it's easy to do your taxes. Yeah. But this 1,001,370, this is after all Fed tax. And if you live in Florida, there's no income tax. So you don't have any, that's it. Once you pay that, 37% to Uncle Sam, that leaves you 63% for yourself. Well, 63% of 220 million is 141 million in round numbers. All right, so we took care of the kids, and we put 50 million in the side pocket. That leaves us 41 million. Can you believe it? We've disposed of $100 million, and we have 41 million left. Boy, that was a day's work. All right, so that takes care of Monday. And then on Tuesday, what do? We've got 8 relatives. Like Bob Beatty, the Beatty family, and we've got another Beatty family, and one of their kids, and then we've got we got 8 of them. Don't ask me. Yeah. So 8. We're going to give them, let's say, $1,250,000 each, and that's another 10 million. Okay. Get $1,250,000 each, and that's 10 million. All right. So now we got 31 million left over, and they got. Well, we gave $1,250,000. They'd give $900,000 after tax. What the hell? We drop dead, we'll give them some more money. We can dip into that 50 million in interest income. All right. So 141 million, we took care of 100, and then we took care of our relatives. That got us down to 31 million. And so we got 30 million left over. So my suggestion is go buy a nice $8 million condo inside the Boca Hotel property. They got a bunch of condo buildings in there. They got some really, really nice stuff, probably. Someone did something, they fixed it all up, and they dropped dead. So the children they got 5 children, and they got one big condo, so they want to divide up the money. So they want to sell the condo. So we'll buy one of those and, outfit it and all that kind of stuff. And then phase out of this building into that building inside the hotel property. So I'm telling you, when you're there, while you're doing all this, so you don't have people nagging you. Now, turn off your phones, get some burner phones, and write all the numbers down. And you give a burner phone to yourself. You give a burner phone to your wife. You give a burner phone to send it to her, to Robin up in Washington. Send the burner phone, to Lee in Richmond, Virginia. And send the burner phone to Jane Beatty, Bob and Jane. And send the burner phone up to Judy up there in Milwaukee. Yeah. Those are the people that we talk to. Family. Close family. That's it. Just buy all the burner phones, send them out to all those people. Give everybody each other's burner number, and that's it. That way, no one from the outside is going to know what the hell that number is. And if they find out that number, just throw the sucker away and buy another one. I don't know how much they cost. I just watch it in the movies. And they're walking down the street, and they just flip it in the trash can when they've done with their phone conversation, so no one can track it. Yeah, they'll track us down because we got all this money, but we don't have all this money because we gave it all away. That's the idea. So 41 million, becomes 31 million because we gave 10 to our next level relatives, and then we took 10 out for either one nice condo or two condos. So it's either 2 5s or 1 10 or an 8. All right, I don't care. We stay in the building we're in as far as I'm concerned. Just give me some more security. And put dibs in for the unit next door, and if they move out, we'll take that wall down and have 2 units and just stay in the building. Just expand. Yeah. What the hell? Yeah. Expand. Stay where we're at. We've been in the building for 13 years. Might as well just stay in there. And then tell Batmazian if he ever sells it, we want to buy the 2 units. Period. Write us down. Okay. So, 141 million. We gave 50 to our children. There's 4 of them. 12.5 million each. And then we put 50 in the side pocket. That's 100 million. We gave 10 million to the next little 31 million. And then we got 1,372,000. Let's round that one. Let's put that in the side account and give Tunnelful Towers and the hospital, the Jerry Thomas Hospital. We'll take the interest income off 1,372,000 and split it up between the 2 of them and send them a check every month, which would be the interest income off of 1,372,000. And if that's not enough, we'll throw another 1 million in there to build up that interest income for them. Anyway, so we'll just leave it that way to round it. And all right, 141, we took off 100 million. Then we gave 10 to some more relatives. That's 31 million. The 1,370,000 we're going to put in another side account and give that interest income to 2 charities. So how much money's left over? 140, 100 is down, 10 is down, that's 31. And yeah, so that should leave us about 30 million, right? We bought the condo. Whoops, 20 million. So so now we've got 20 million left to buy stuff. Give out some more money. So we'll just put that 20 million in another money market account somewhere. Just so if Marilyn gets a bone up her and wants to give $500,000 to her, to wherever she can write a check if she feels like it. We should jointly approve those, if you don't mind. Yeah, let's just make sure we want to keep control of our money so we have some. We don't want to have to dip into that 50 million. We want to leave that alone. Just live off the interest. That is the lump sum after all taxes. When you win a $500 million lottery, it comes down to 141 million. God, boy, oh boy. Jeez. Unbelievable. So if you won $1 billion, 280 million is all you'd end up with. Yeah, everybody else gets a big. Whew. Well, if you want the 497 million, you have to take it over installments. And the first payment would be 7,465,000. I'm just telling you that. Now that's if you're a nice young couple and you won a $500 million. What's the hurry? On day one, you got 7,465,000. Yeah, that's serious money. All of a sudden, your income for 2026, instead of a measly $58,000, pay until all of a sudden $7,465,000. Now that is pre-tax. You're going to have to pay federal income tax on that. There is no state tax. So, you basically just take 63% of 7 million. It's about 4.5 million, round numbers, among friends. So 7.4 becomes 4.5. Yep, Uncle Sam gets 37% according to Mr. Trump. Now, that's a lot of money. Just for you people that earn less money, and you look at all the billionaires, millionaires, and billionaires and say, they pay a lot of tax. Yeah. Just if you earn 7,400,000 in a year, all of a sudden you got to peel off, 3 million to Uncle Sam. That 3 million is a lot of money to pay in tax. God, 3 million. Some people don't make 3 million in 2 or 3 lifetimes. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Wham, they just get it. Yeah, and they don't say thank you. They say, give me the 3.5 million and take your pants off. Let me make sure you don't have any quarters sitting in your pocket. Yeah. So that's the first payment. The second payment is 7,838,000. Well, why is the second payment bigger than the first payment? Well, because the rules of the game is when they do the request for proposal, the Florida lottery, if a Florida person won it, the question that they ask, or the statement that they make in the RFP is, we believe to execute a $497 million lottery, that the initial payment should be $7,465,512. That is the first payment. Now the second and all the future payments, for a total of 30 payments, is a growing 5% annuity. Excuse me, Alexa, turn on the den lights.
Okay.
There we go. Every hour they turn off the den lights. After midnight, they turn off the lights. So I'm sitting here in the dark. All right, it just came back on. There we go. Where were we? We were here at these 2 payments. So if you elected to take the annuity, it pays 30 payments. The first payment is day 1. The last payment is 29 years from now, plus 1 day. 29 years in a day. Because they're annual payments and they grow 5% a year. So the first payment is $7,465,000. The second payment, therefore, would be $7,838,000. Round numbers. 5% bigger than the previous payment. And so on, and so on, and so on. So the last payment, is about 28 million. Can you imagine? This compounding 5% over 29 years. It makes a 7,400,000 income into almost 30 million a year income. Yeah, it's unbelievable. So that's, if you're a nice young couple and you just want to 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, up to 30 million and 20, that's a lot. That's how you get to 496 million. You got to take it over 30 payments. You got to take it over 29 years. It's not 30. You got 30 payments. It's not 30 years because you get the first payment day 1. And then there are 29 future payments. What is the net present value of all those future payments? The net present value is $224 million. So they put that out for bid, and then they ask, Deutsche Bank, how much do I have to pay for that annuity? And of course, the lottery system is looking for something smaller than 224 million. So in other words, if they could get Deutsche Bank to take that for 223 million, then the Florida lottery makes $1 million. Because the net present value is 224, and if they could sell it to Deutsche Bank for 223, the lottery system in Florida would pocket $1 million in cash value. Yep, that's what they want. I mean, it's all round numbers and all it hasn't happened. But if it did, that's what they would do. Yeah, that's what they do. No one gives anything away, so you got a bunch of banks bidding on that. Say, oh yeah, I'll do it for 223,800,000. So that's a $200,000 discount. That's what they would say. Oh, I'll do it for a $500,000 discount. I'll do it for $1 million discount, says Deutsche Bank. And the Florida lottery, the Florida Mega Millions lottery people in Tallahassee would decide who would be the financial enterprise that would produce these payments. 7,000,004 comes out of right off the top, because the lottery winner gets that day one. And then, a year and 1 day later, those lucky lottery people are going to be looking for a deposit of $7,838,000. Now that would probably get Deutsche Bank. Making up this story here, and let's carry on with it. So let's say Deutsche Bank won it. So they would pay Florida Lottery, and then Florida Lottery would make a deposit of $7,838,000. So that way, the lucky winner would always be dealing with the Florida Lottery. They would control the cash flow. Yeah. And then every year, that's what would happen. Yeah, that's how that works, I believe. I have not had training in the Florida Lottery. I am not giving away any trade secrets because I'm just imagining how that works, and being a math guy, a very limited math guy. But I have decided to track Mega Millions. It's twice a week, so every week I get the numbers, I put it in the thing. The hard part is doing the first row in the spreadsheet. There's 50 million. I had to work. I worked, a week or so trying, and you want to get the columns right. So you see, I have the columns and I have the fonts on the Mega Millions winning numbers, and you see all the stuff on the top. And notice I have something on top here, and it says this is essentially lump sum payout, after-tax payouts, dollar values. They are estimates produced by the author. That's me. Although I don't put my name on there because my name is confidential. I'm just announcing it to the world right here. All data presented have not been confirmed and have not been endorsed by any lottery. Just, this is strictly Jimmy talking. But I'll bet you I'm not too far off. When you get up to this 224 million stuff, I'm good to within about 5 million, plus or minus, among friends. Come on. I'm just showing you, after tax, you're probably going to get about 140 million left in your checkbook after you pay your 37% tax. The magic is, what is the net present value of those future cash flows with a 5% growing annuity? That's the question. That is the question. What is the present value of the future cash flows. That is the definition of net present value. There it is, right on, whoops, right on the column heading. The jackpot lump sum payout before tax, the net present value equals the value of the future cash flows. That's all. It's that number. It's actually not that simple. Now that's not an official number. That's just a Jimmy guess. It's usually about, see that little 45 right there? It's usually about 45% of that number. I don't know exactly why, and I don't know how they calculate it. And someday someone may tell me how they calculate what this, maybe I'll do a little research on that. The jackpot lump sum payout before, how do they determine? Oops, let's get out of here. Let's go here so we can see the column captions. Yeah. So this number, the lottery people publish on their website. This number they don't. And the reason why is this number is not determined by the lottery. This number is determined by, remember, the people are bidding in it when an RFP is thrown out. So this is a huge estimate because until all the bids are in, they don't know, because it's like an appraisal in a sense. You don't know what the value of your property is until you get all the comparables. And you add up all the comparables and you divide by the number of comparables, and that determines, what your house is worth. And they take away this and they add for that, and the lot is bigger, so you get, but the square footage is smaller, so they take away a little bit here. They add a little bit there, and it's, it's one big, they keep with the modeling clay, and they say, okay, it's worth that. Yeah. So that's what an appraiser does when they appraise your house. Well, when it comes to jackpots, I mean, this is a very specialized business, let me tell you. There's not many people that know how the hell this works. So this spreadsheet is actually pretty unique in the world of things, because who the hell would bother? Well, I got nothing else to do, so what the heck? Let's give it a shot. So I gave it my best shot. On a $497 million annuity, my best shot is it's probably worth about $224 million. Maybe it's $224,400,000. I rounded it to the nearest 100,000. What's 100,000 between friends? Come on. See, so this number actually is not known until the RFPs are all in and the state of Florida picks somebody. And I don't know what the criteria is on picking somebody. Is it just the lowest number? They know they have to pay out. They have to pay out $496 million over 30 payments. That's a given. That is the given. So that's the future cash flows. The question is, what is the net present value? Gosh, get out of here. What is this? I'm getting invaded by other. Come on. Let's just close that out. Yeah. So this is, they throw that out. The networks ask them, okay, what would be the lump sum? So they got to say something. So they do what I'm doing. Or maybe they do something different. But they got to come up, someone comes up with that number. And I don't, what I've basically done is I've said over the last 30 picks, 30 lotteries. It's been a little over 45%. That number has been stop it. No, I don't want to copy it. It's been a little bit over, it's a little over 45% of that number. That's what that number is. And they just throw it out there that way because until the bids are in, they actually don't know what that number is going to be. That's because everyone bids, not everyone. There are 5, 6, 7, 8 financial institutions that all bid. The winning bidder is the lowest bidder. They start here and bid down. It's kind of like, bidding on bonds. They know what the future cash flow starts at because this number is calculated off the 497 million. There's underneath, in a spreadsheet. Any of you guys boys and girls that know how to do spreadsheets, whether it be Excel or numbers. Numbers is what it's called in the world of Apple. And in the Microsoft world, it's known as an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah. Well, so when you have a spreadsheet and you're calculating things, this is a calculation. And it's a rather exotic mathematical formula. And it's calculated off the $497 million number. And we know it's a 5% growing annuity. And with those two facts, we've got an annuity that's worth, it's got a 5% rate on it. And we know that it's got to be $497 million paid out over 30 payments. Then you can calculate the first payment. And that's what I've done. The second, so that's easy. It's easy to get to the second payment or the third payment or the fourth payment. The tough one is the first payment. The formula for that is something to behold. I don't want to do it tonight. It's 2:27 a.m. Go back to sleep. Yeah. I will. Do I have to show you? Oh gosh. All right, we got a bunch of doubting Charlies out there, so I know how to do this. Hopefully, I don't louse up my spreadsheet. Here we go. There we go. We're gonna look at recents. Here's the payout, 2026 payout. I'm touching that. It's loading. Oops, there it is. $497 million lottery, 96 million. Is it 6 or 7? Come on, Jimmy. Get your stuff together here. Let's open up the lottery. I have an official lottery app. 496. Yeah, it's right here in black and white. White and black. The next draw is at 11 p.m. on March 6th. That's today. A long time from now, but it's later today. Very later, 11 p.m. is when they start those balls bouncing around and some good-looking person calls out the numbers as you sit and watch. Yeah, I have it right on my little thing there. And there's, that's Powerball. We don't want to. There we are, Mega Millions. I'm getting it on my phone. There we are, yeah. It shows what the numbers were last time. 721, 53, 54, 62, and Mega Million Ball 16. They're yellow. Yeah. That's why I have them in yellow on my spreadsheet, just to be, you know. And I found a place where I can see the number with the circle around it. I try to, instead of just typing numbers in there, you got the little balls with the numbers on them. There you go. I got them all the way starting from the first one. Now this is a spreadsheet. Don't louse this up. Oh boy. Yeah, so there's the rollover. We can see it. Let's just get up on the top there. Yeah. Don't touch the numbers with your fingers. This touch screen, and you can't untouch things. Oh, you can, but I don't want to. So there you go. There's the 7,465,000 number. Yeah. See, the other one that had that was a print screen of this. So that's like a photograph. So you can touch it, you can slap it. But see, when you do that on a spreadsheet, all hell breaks loose. All right, so I was going to show you why. Whoops. What's so special about that 7 million? I'm going to show you what. I'm going to touch it. One touch. And then I'm going to touch this little symbol down here. There's the formula. Can you see it? No, you can't. There you go. On the very bottom, it says round. It says, gosh. C30, yeah. You see when I touch the 7,000,004, how the 496 lights up? Because that is the number that comes from the outside. The 5% is in the formula, see? So you take the lottery amount of 496 and you divide it by bracket, 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 bracket. Oh, God. 1 plus 0.05, that makes it 105%, because that means it's going to grow 5% every year, right? That's how you express that. To the 30th power minus 1, and you divide that by 0.05, and then you round it to the nearest dollar. That is how you read that formula in spreadsheet talk. If you're among spreadsheet people, that's the formula. And that took me a while to get that formula, let me tell you. I had to work that sucker pretty good. And I finally got it, I think. Well, what I did is that's the first number, right? And then that was 105% of that number, and that was 105% of the one behind it. And you keep going all the way across. See, look at all those numbers. 10,504,725. It's going up 5% all the way. There's payment number 14. Look, it's up to 14 million. It's doubled. So in the 13th year, it's not 14 years because you got the first check on day 1. So in the 14th payment, which would be the 13th year and day plus 1 day, that 7,000,004 becomes 14 million. So between the 14th and the 15th payment, what you get is actually doubled because of the compounding of 5% a year. It's unbelievable. People don't realize what 5% compounding means. And that's what it means. And I'm going to go all the way across. And the reason why I know this works is because, look at that, 20 million, 21 million, 22 million. This is your annual payments. I told you it gets to 30 million. There it is, 30,000,007. It started off with 7,000,004, right? Remember that? And that at the last payment you get is the $30 million payment in your checkbook on the 29th year. Bam! And you add up all those payments, and what do you get? $496,009,009. My whole thing here was wrong by $9. And you know why? Because we can't pay you a half a penny. And we're rounding to the nearest dollar. So since I can't pay you a half a penny, because if it's 0.49 of a penny, we round down. And if it's 0.50 of a penny, we round up. Well, there would be more round ups than round downs because 0.50 is bigger than 0.49. So the numbers should more often be black than red, according to, I haven't calculated out to tenths of pennies because we can't pay tenths of pennies. A bank can only pay you a penny. There was a guy one time, a long time ago, that actually did a little subroutine. He was a computer program for a big bank. And what he did is whenever they rounded down, he rounded it into his account. Well, when you have several $100 billion bank and all the calculations that they do on interest paid, they have to round down on 0.49 on 0.49 cents or lower. He took all the rounding down and he said, don't just throw it away, put it in my bank account. And he ended up, they finally figured out what was going on because the guy was talking. They wouldn't have known because no one ever sees, 0.37 of a penny. Well, it went in his account, this guy. True. This is a real story. And he ended up with like $30-40 million, and he couldn't keep his goddamn mouth shut. Oh, pardon me. So he told somebody, and somebody told somebody, and it got back to the bank. They investigated it, and they handcuffed him and put him in jail. But if he didn't open his big mouth, because, it's not really embezzling money because they were just rounding down. No one got it. Well, he got it for a while. And it added up to, it was billions and trillions and all that stuff. And it turned out to be about $30 million of the rounding. Well, anyway, so we're rounding, up and down according to what people usually round. And if it's 0.49 of a penny or less, we round down. And if it's 0.5 of a penny, a half a penny or more, you round up. Well, we did that more often than down, and I missed it by $9 over that 29-year period. Imagine. Look at all these concocted numbers, and I missed it by $9. Yep. So if I was running the lottery, which of course I'm not, that $30 million check where it says 060, we just make that 051 and drop the last payment by $9 so that, it would be $7,496,000 because that's what we promised when you won the lottery. If I was, the fellow operating the lottery. So I have this very last column, the difference between the net present value compared to the lottery jackpot. So I added up all those 30 payments and, I was $9 over. So we'd have to cut the last check back by $9 because we promised $496 million, and that's what you're going to get. And you're not getting that extra $9. This is what the lottery people would do if they were doing it. I'm doing it, just to show you how it works. This is how I believe it works. See, there's all the annual payments. That part's easy. The hard part is that one, that puppy right there. Look at that formula. So underneath every one of those numbers going up that spreadsheet is that formula. Yep. Yeah, that's why I say the first row is the worst row when you're doing spreadsheets. But once you got that all calculated out and you do the simple math on all those columns before you start copying them down, copy, and then you go down, you keep going down, down, down. So I copy this row and copy it down to the next row. And then when it's Tuesday, then when it's Friday, then I copy that row down to that row. The hard part, well, the first row, of course, that formula, of course, and going Tuesday, Friday. You got this is all manual. I just have to look at my calendar. There's probably a way of doing the calendar with some, with a with some kind of code that works with numbers. I don't know how to do that, so I just took it off the calendar. Yeah, there's a way to do that. I just don't know what it is. And don't write me letters. I don't want to know. My brain cells, I just have a few of them left, and I don't want to waste them on knowledge that I don't need. I just go to the calendar, write it down. I took 20 minutes, and I got down to what, June maybe. Yeah, June 2nd. And then then what's it, May, and I said, come on, just do June. So I got June 2nd in there. But see, that's 50. If no one won the lottery, up and including into the 50th, see, this is 50. That means there are 49 rollovers into Tuesday, May 26th, March, April, May. So a couple months from now, we'd be down into the 50th draw, not the 50th week, because there's 2 a week. So that'd be like 25 weeks. Well, yeah, you only got 52 in a year. So if you went, it's March. So we've gone 3 months, because this started in December 3rd, I think. Let's go to the top and see. Yep, December 3rd. They start at 50 million. So if someone wins this lottery later today, then on Tuesday of next week, it would roll back to 50 million and start climbing every draw period, 10 million a draw period, till you get to 100 million, and then I don't know what happens. I think then it goes off the actual lottery sales, to get this 125 million on December 26th. Yeah, everybody was buying lottery tickets. Let's buy one and give it to Uncle Charlie. Yeah. So a lot of Christmas present lottery tickets, which pumped it up 25 million bucks. Yeah. Anyway, those are the numbers. No one has won all these draws. And we're down to March 6th, which is today. Later today. There we go. There's the last 3 of them. And then we got the rollover. Yeah. So if you don't remember what the numbers are, now if you download that app on your phone, it'll scan your ticket. The barcode on the very bottom, it'll scan that barcode if you want, and it will tell you if you got a winning number or not. If you bought the ticket and scanned it now, it would say, this lottery hasn't happened yet. Yeah. Anywho, that's all I got to say about that. And I'm going to get out of this. So I've showed you, there's all the 30 columns. It shows the initial payment right there. There are 30 payments. The first payment is day 1. See, initial annuity. The first payment, pre-tax. We are not dealing with what the after-tax thing is. Just take 63%, because 37 is the tax. That means 63 is yours. 37 is theirs. Yeah, Uncle Sam. 37% of that number is theirs, and 63% of that number is yours. I'm showing 100% right there. And you can do 63% of 7,000,004, and yeah, it's 4.5 million. Yeah, sometimes down 49. Yeah. So Uncle Sam would get 2.5, 3 million of that. Hey, taxes aren't 100%. Right? That's not a bad income. 7,000,004. Got to pay Uncle Sam. If you owned income property, you could take away the depreciation on certain buildings, apartment buildings and industrial buildings. You can shelter 1/30th of that building, I think. So that just delays your tax. You're going to pay the tax. There's no tax avoidance. You can't avoid the tax, except if it's exempt. Like if you get the standard exemption. So you don't pay tax on the portion of your income that's exempt based on current tax law, right? TurboTax will tell you that. But assuming if you're earning 7 million or more, you're probably invested. You probably start investing in certain things. Hopefully, you do that wisely. It's like us. Put some money in the side pocket. Like if I won that, I'd put 50 million in the side pocket of that million for that 141 million. Yeah, 50 million goes in the side pocket. Live off the interest income. Don't live off the principal. You give 50 away, a million to the children. There are 4 of those, so they each get 12.5 million. That's not bad. When we drop dead, they get the rest. And since I'm 80, there's not too many years. There's only so many years I can still be kicking around here. I feel pretty good right now, so you're going to be stuck with me for a while. I don't know how long, It's just, I feel okay. Supposed to get a little dog in a couple hours. Can you believe it? Let's get my phone out and see what. Whoops! Let's see where that little dog is being hand delivered by a special delivery service. True. This is true. Let's get out of the lottery app. Let's get out of that. There we go. Oh my God, look at that. He's zoomed down I-95. There he is. He's on that road. Let's, can we refresh this page somehow? Let's check in. I don't know what that means. Yeah, okay. So I should be able to see where this guy is. There we go. As of 2 minutes ago. That's what I want to hear. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but I can like reset everything. There we go. He's in Jacksonville. He started off in Kansas City, Missouri, and he drove all around, and he's now headed down this long road to get Jimmy his dog. I don't think he's delivering anybody. I think I'm the last delivery. He delivered 6 or 7, and then when he delivers mine, he goes back home and he lives somewhere in the middle of the country. I mean, literally in the middle of the country. I'm pretty sure, like in Jonesboro, Tennessee, or someplace. That's a guess. I don't know. I don't have his home address. But right now, let's see if we. They say familiarize yourself with this app. Jesus, how the hell you do that? There's no training. I am a bona fide professor at FAU, and I do not know how to use this app. And I'm supposed to know this stuff. Where does it say ETA? I don't see any of that. Driving. Let's touch that. All right, let's go back. Maybe if I go back now to this button. Rats. No, that ain't it. Oops, map type. Let's do satellite. Yeah. Okay. I thought I'd fit all the buttons there are on here. What's this one? No, that ain't doing it. That ain't doing it. What's that one? Add a new phone. Gosh, it's so complicated. I'd like to add my iPad. Let's try that. Can I add data breach alerts, theft protection, crash alerts? Yeah, it's checked. Yeah, we don't want any crashes. We got one dog left. Let's see if we can arrive alive here. All right, I don't see any TA. It's supposed to show that somehow. And I'm not smart enough to get it. If I turn it sideways, does that help? How about sideways this way? No, it doesn't work. Okay, this is live television. I don't know how to. I don't see ETA on here. I thought there was a time I did. I've checked in. I've done everything I can do. Here I am, Boca Raton, a minute ago. There he is, right now. Look at that. He is stampeding right for Jacksonville. Oh, God. At 3 a.m., he's in Jacksonville. He's not quite in Jacksonville. He's just north of it, where all those smelly paper mill plants, where they process, parts of trees and stuff. They grind it up and they bleach it and they filter it and they do this and that to make paper. Mead Paper Company. Yep. Look at that. Let's see. I'm in a circle. So if I check that one, what do I got? On there. If I check this one, I want Jim Cavalier. There it is. There he is. Yeah. And, yep. So a minute ago, there he is. He's on I-95. He's haul-assing down here to Boca Raton to deliver my dog. There's the center of Jacksonville. You go across the river. And then you just keep on coming down I-95. Yeah, don't get off on that turnpike. That'll throw you over to Tampa. That's 180 miles away from me. We want to deliver to Boca Raton. He's got the address. I've checked in. He's sent me an inquiry. Please confirm the address. And then he confirms that with his headquarter people and say, yep, that's where that sucker goes. Because before he does this long-ass drive, he wants to make sure that this is the right place. Because Jacksonville to Boca Raton is look at that. You're coming down the whole peninsula. And the last thing he wants to do is have to take that puppy home. And because when you do that 5-hour drive down here, you got to turn around and go back home. You go right back up I-95. Or he would probably go 95 up into Yeehaw Junction and switch over to the turnpike because it bends over more into the middle of the state, and you pick up I-10 and then Then you go back up to, I bet he lives in Tennessee somewhere. Kansas City or Tennessee. Okay. I've checked in. It's 3 a.m. Let me check my text messages on both devices. Not that I would have different. There's Wags on Wheels. Okay, see you. See you soon. Yeah, Andrew. FYI, we haven't been able to see you over there. So I see you now. Yeah, he had to fix something so we could see him. Because I couldn't see him. I'm going to let me close out this numbers thing before I louse it up. I'm very sensitive. I took a few days putting that together. It's all saved. There you go. That's a 78465 number. All you got to do is be the lucky winner. Let me tell you, there's 290 million reasons why you will not win that. Because the odds of winning that are 290 million to 1. You know, that you won't. That's why they have so many roll-ups. There's 290 million reasons why you will not win that one. So Jacksonville to Boca Raton is, you know, that's got to be like, I don't know how fast he's going, but that's a hard 4 hours. 4 and 3 is 7. It's almost 3 a.m. It's 2:57. I'm not going to sleep. No way, Jose. I'm pulling what is known as an all-nighter, you betcha. Just to let you know how nimble I am when it comes to doing things like this. There's no way I'm going to miss out on picking up that dog. I'm going down with a leash. I got the harness, the service dog thing, attack, watch out, I bite. Yeah. Because I just closed out something. Yeah, that's the wax. Anyway, let's go back to the pictures here. This is always the same thing to look at. Yeah, we go full screen on the pictures. There we go. And pick a collection, and we pick the favorites, of course. And therefore, we look at this one, right? From when he was up in near Savannah, he was 550 minutes. I'm sorry, he was 5 hours and 50 minutes away, and that was at 1:20 a.m. So he's gone from Savannah to Jacksonville, you know, from 1:20 to 2 to 3 a.m. So in an hour and 40 minutes, he went from Savannah to Jacksonville in round numbers. I don't know what mileage it is to do that, but now let's do recently saved. Didn't I do a print screen of what recently happened here? I guess I didn't. Pinned favorites, recently saved. Yeah, he's in Jacksonville. Oh, here it is. Maybe I didn't push the button. It doesn't show what I want. That's why I haven't done it, but I'll do it anyway. At least we see it's 3 a.m. My computer just said it's 3 o'clock. There it is. You can see right there, 3 a.m. right here. Let me just There we go. We'll increase the, doesn't matter, this intensity. The screen is not aimed directly at, whoops, this thing is flickering. I gotta do something about that. And the power supply is, I switched the units and everything. I've got to isolate it down to a bad power supply. Yeah. I don't know how much that cost. I think it's like 80 bucks. I think I'm going to have to replace one of those because the flickering light could make you crazy. You're making me crazy. And I don't want it bright. If you turn it down, it flickers. About that level. It's not flickering. Yeah. All right. There we go. Jacksonville. We got it. Let's put a heart on it. That makes it a favorite. Let's trim it a little bit. Live television, folks. Yeah, we'll just trim it right up there because all that white down there doesn't tell me anything. It's 259 when I snap that one. Okay. Thinking of snapping, we need to. Oh, there we go. Just brighten that up a little bit. Or darken it, whatever. Let's darken the water. The ocean's darker, particularly at 3 a.m. Yeah, there we go. See, so he was up at Savannah at 1:20 a.m. since. See, he's en route. See, this is not telling me what route he's on. What am I not doing? How about I just touch it? Oh, yeah, that did it. All I had to do was touch him. Now I got it. See, there it is. 3 a.m. He's 4 hours and 11 minutes away. There we go. Now we know. So 4 and 3 is 7. So he's on target for a 7 a.m. delivery. Yeah. As of 2 minutes ago. So that's what we want to do a snap of. Snap that one, baby. Bam. That is now a picture in my photo album. And we'll come right to here, because on the bottom there it says 4 hours and 11 minutes. That is the number we want. That's why he does this. Yeah, that's why Andrew allows me to see where he is. Uh-huh. There you go. Now, there's the new photo, bingo. That's what I love about Apple. See, every one of these things has 113,000 photos in it. Really, I have 113,000 photos in my world of Apple photography. I'm serious. Yes, sir, Bob. There's 3 a.m. See, there's 3 a.m. He has Jacksonville, Florida. He's on I-95. And on his trip, you can see 4 hours and 11 minutes. Yeah. Let's do a pen. And I'm just going to wiggle. Can I do that? No. Jeez. You silly boy. Get rid of that. Here we go. All right. There's the line that goes down. It draws your attention down, right? That's close enough for what we're doing here. 3 a.m. He's 4 hours and 11 minutes away. Now, if he goes a mile a minute, that's 60 miles an hour, right? I mean, that doesn't take a lot of math, right? 1 mile a minute, there's 60 minutes in an hour. Therefore, every hour, he's going to go 60 miles. Now, if he were to go 65 miles an hour instead of 60, if he were to go 65 miles an hour, if you were to go 66 miles an hour, 10% more. 10% of 66. So if he were to drive 66 miles an hour instead of 60 miles an hour, then that 4 hours should get trimmed, about 10%. 4 hours less 10% is 15 minutes, right? I mean, that's close enough for 3 a.m. Pre-dawn. It says just switch to pre-dawn because it's 3 a.m. Oh my God. Am I going to talk right clear through to 6 a.m.? I don't think so. I've been talking an hour and a half. I'm going to keep talking though. I'm not done. No sirree, Bob. I got lots of things to talk about. Anyway, so we're probably going to get notification. So if he saves 15 or 20 minutes, because it's 4 hours and 11 minutes at 3 a.m., that makes it 7-11, right? How about that? 7-11, yes. So when we're all done signing off for the dog thing, and he'll snap a picture and he'll verify my driver's license, and he'll look at me and say, yeah, that looks like him, sort of. Gosh, ugly bastard. Give him the dog and go home, yeah. So he'll hand me the dog. He'll snap a picture. Then he'll send it back to Robin and send it back to the home office or whatever. See, and that earns him the money. Because he gets, he gets a big charge, like, $700 or something. To deliver this dog from the middle of the country down to Boca Raton. It was over $700. Let's just round down to 700. Holy crap. So he probably gets 600 of the 700, and the home office, they get 100 of it for brokering the deal or something. For sure, they're going to get something. They get something. This paw raid or whatever it's called. They're pretty good. They keep in touch and this and that and all that, and coordinate everything between the breeders and the non-breeders and the buying public, which is my daughter bought me a dog for my birthday. So this little bundle of joy, there it is. That's the facial recognition we're going to go off of. Yep, I got that on March 5th. That's yesterday. I got it on March 4th at 11:02 a.m. actually. So I got it 2 days ago. Yeah, that's what that little sucker looks like. Yeah, I don't know if they do nose print or, the eyes, they look, I don't know. I take the dog in I have an appointment with the Cole. There's a licensed veterinary person in there. Cole has been there for like 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. Well, there's Gutfeld on the screen I got up here. It's entertaining me while I'm at 3:09 a.m. Yeah. So I got to give my driver's license. There it is. There's smiling head. Yeah. Driver's license. Class E license. You got class D, E, and F. I don't. If you got E, you probably got a D, and there's probably an F. I don't know. I don't know which way you go. Is there a class A driver license? Like if you're driving big trucks or something. I don't know. We're on dogs right now. Stay on dogs, Jimmy. Yeah. So Robin bought me a dog for my birthday, which is 14 days away. March 20 is my birthday. For those that might be interested in send money, okay? Don't send flowers. Send cash. I'm over 80. I will spend it. I promise. I don't know how much time when you're 80, you got all these people that are dying. And I look at their ages and I said, oh crap, that guy's dying. He's 75 years old. That guy's dying. He's 73 years old. I'm 80 years old. When's my number up? When is my number up? They don't tell you. No, you just carry on until you don't carry on anymore, for whatever reason. I go back to Dr. Strasser, and he keeps watching me and cutting off cancers if there are any. He says, well, just keep on looking on your stuff and see if you... I said, I'm not, a dermatologist. I don't know this mole from that mole. You're supposed to tell me which is the cancer one. I can't tell you. He says, well, if one of these suckers pops up, come in and I'll take a look at it. I said, okay, all right, so I got to keep looking. I said, what if this thing was on the back of my ass? I would have never seen it. He said, well, have Marilyn look at the back. He's quick with the answers. Yeah. Gene Strasser, good friend of mine, actually. But I did ask those questions because I had a real deadly one right in the middle of my throat. Oh, my God. Lordy, let me... yeah, I just put... at 3 a.m. you have to be a little flexible when you're on the radio. See that right there in the purple bottle with the purple top? Lumify. Yeah. Yes, sirree, Bob. Lumify is the thing. You can buy it on Amazon for $19 for the big. This is the big bottle, right? No, but yeah, it says eye drops, right? 7.5 milliliters is the big bottle. Costs you $20. $19. Amazon. Delivered to your door. Yeah. If you have one of those accounts, whatever they call it, you join the club for $100 a year. You don't pay shipping charges, which we buy a lot of stuff at Amazon. So that's the deal of the century, is to pay that $125 or whatever the number is, so you get free delivery. It's not free. I mean, you divide all your deliveries by that $125. But it's cheaper than $5 here and $10 there, and then you add it all up, it turns into real money. But if you pay, if you join the club, that's what I call it. Join the club. Let's save yourself some delivery charges. I just cleaned off my glasses so I can see what the hell I'm looking at. I put Lumify in my eyes. Now I can try to see what's going on. Yeah. Daniel is showing me that the JM family has their signature barbecue sauce. See that? JM Family Enterprises. They've got their own bottle. They got the stuff inside. Yeah. He looks like he bought a bottle for himself. He's going to tell me all about it. But he's working. He came over and helped me or I should say, I watched. I stood over and watched him and gave him directions, on how to. We bought chicken wire, and we put it all around on our balcony. It's like 16-inch chicken wire. We bought 20. I reimbursed him. Amazon, can you believe it? You got 2 rolls. They're 12 foot in a roll. That's 24 feet. Turns out my balcony, when you go up the row, cross, come down, 24 feet. We made it right to the inch. Oh my God. 3:15. Whoops, sorry. It's 3:15. My computer tells me what time it is every 15 minutes. When you get my age, you want to keep track of that. I made it. Another 15 minutes. Oh gosh, no, I don't stay awake worrying about that, but I am awake. It's 3:15 in the morning. This is a marvelous cup of coffee I made a few hours ago. But these double-walled stainless steel 20-ounce mugs, it's a beautiful polished stainless steel. Yeah, I bought 6 of them, I think. Yeah, I think I have 6 or 7 of them. So one I use for coffee, and the other I use when I have my evening cocktail. And in a 20-ounce, of course, you fill it all the way to the top with ice. So 20 ounces becomes, 7 ounces. So you pour in, a couple ounces of alcohol, pour in, 5 or 6 ounces of fresh, bubbly soda water. I drink about 2/3 of that, and that's about all I have. You just need one of those, and, I don't go back and forth and have 3 or 4 martinis. I just have one big one. But it's just one. It's a 5-ounce pour. No, it's a 5-second pour. Turn the bottle upside down 5 seconds. That's what I have. I put it in one of these little brown washed out pill bottles. When you get a prescription. So I peel off the labels. I saved, let's see, there's 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. And I fill them up about 3/4 of the way with vodka. Tito's vodka or Rain vodka, either one. Marvelous vodka. Like 7 times distilled. So it's real pure. It doesn't leave an aftertaste. It's outstanding. Rain, R-A-I-N vodka, or Tito's. They're the 2 best. I've tried them all. I mean, I've tried 20 of them. I went through all the vodkas when they were coming out in the 80s and 90s. Yeah. Like Chopin and, yeah. Absolute. I was drinking Absolute for the longest time, and until Tito's came along and said, phew, man, Tito's, I like that because it doesn't taste like anything. Yeah. So if you mix that with like pure soda water, good soda water, not made with tap water, good, you make it with distilled water, smart water. I have a sodaizer, soda stream system, so to speak, but it's the actual device is Arca, I think. Arca, made in Norway or Sweden, one of those places. And it makes soda. Man, like on the spot, takes 10 seconds. All of a sudden, it turns distilled water into sparkling soda water. Can't put anything in it. It's soda water, pure and simple. And you add that right to your ice and your vodka, and you've got vodka and soda. Yes, sirree, Bob. It's a marvelous little sip at 5 o'clock. I wait till Marilyn gets home from the bank, and then we have cocktails.
We already have SpaceX launch test flight at 6:30 p.m.
Oh, jeez. It's pretty bad when your computers are talking to you. Thank you. I didn't ask for any. Shut up. Did you hear that? My phone started telling me stuff. Now, when you got the iPad and the phones arguing with each other over something, then the AI has gone too far. When the iPhone asks the iPad, the same question. You know, I ask the iPhone and the iPhone asks the iPad answers me. That's in a couple of years. The devices will start to compete with each other on the answers. And it'll say, no, that's not the right answer. This is the right answer. And it'll go through and it'll tell you. I say, okay, stop. Both of you, stop. Oh, gosh, that's going to happen. And it's going to happen. I'm going to have Facebook open on one and I'm going to have YouTube open on the other. And they're going to argue with each other. Yes, sir. All right, in the meantime, so anyway, JM, which stands for Jim Moran, he passed away a few years ago, sorry. But his company lives on. And this is his signature secret sauce. Good for Jim Moran. His JM Family Enterprises has their secret sauce, a signature barbecue. I'll have to get a bottle of that. I like the way that sounds. Yeah, let's see what Daniel says. He bought a bottle. He's going to try it out. He says he can order. He brought me a chicken dinner one night. I said, where the hell did this come from? He said, JM Family Enterprise cost me like about $8. I don't want it. You can have it. Actually, I bought it for you. Well, thank you. So at 7:30 at night, he brought me over a chicken dinner. They have their own kitchen. They have a big, full kitchen. You can, not me, him. He's an employee of JM Family Enterprises. And he has access to that kitchen. All he has to do is order it by 10:30, and he gets it delivered to his place of work at by 12:30 or whatever, whenever they deliver. He also got some chips, apparently. 140 milligrams of sodium. Looking at the and 19 grams of carbohydrates. That's some kind of chip. I can't tell what kind of chip. Okay, well, he was highlighting the sauce. Oh, there you go. And he opened it. How do I know? Because there's some smudge on the outside of the bottle. Yeah, he took a taste. Peeled off that secret tape. All right, so they told me what kind of food to get. This is the chart on the bag. You know the bag when it's all wrinkly and so I took this off of the website, so I don't have to. It's the exact same chart that's all crinkled up on the bag, which is very annoying to try to figure out. And since I have, see, puppy, this is for young beasts, up to a year old. Then I don't know what you do. Let's take it a day at a time. So for the first 3 months, right, 0 to 3, here's the deal. My dog weighs about 5 pounds. So it's somewhere between, so let's just go the top end of row 2. So that would be 2.3 kilograms. That's the equivalent weight. So that's like somewhere less than a cup. So my dog would get a cup of food, I guess, a day, right? Daily, yeah. So if he's a 5-pounder, which I think he is, or she, Honey is her name. Yes. So there you go. It fits right in the top end of that second column. We're not going to weigh our cat in grams, or I think that's the food in grams. Yeah, we're just gonna. So we got an 8-ounce cup. We know what that is. Like a cup of flour, it's a cup of food. So he's gonna eat a cup a day. So that's easy. Just scoop out a cup, and then put that over in the side pocket, and feed him like 3 or 4 times a day because it's a little tiny dog. They can't eat so much, but so much. Now dogs generally eat until they fall over. Cats just eat a little bit and walk off, and they leave a whole bowl of food behind. Dogs, no. Whatever you put in that bowl, they'll suck it dry. Yeah, if I remember right. So you have to manage that. So I would think for a little whippersnipper like this that's 8 weeks old, I'm going to divide that into quarter cups. 4 quarter cups a day. Yeah. I don't have the dog yet, so this is live television. I'm just saying. I'm right smack in the middle. Whoops, you can't see that. Sorry. Whoops, I need to. How do we do that? There we go. And we can bring that over a little bit. There, I'm sorry. Now you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah. Right. See that right there? 1 to 5 pounds. So we're going on max end of the 8-ounce cup. So for a 5-pound dog, that would be a cup. £10 dog would be a cup and 3/4. So this is nice. We're at 5 pounds, so that's a cup. So, you got it in the kitchen, a quarter cup. So you just get that quarter cup scoop. You feed them every 3 hours. 3 times 4 is 12. So that takes them through the day. At nighttime, when they're sleeping, they don't eat. So every, let's say 4 hours, let's say 4 hours, 16. Yeah, let's say every 4 hours, you give them a quarter cup. Perfect. That's easy to remember. So let's, so 6 in the morning, 10 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Every 4 hours, feed them a quarter cup. And that gets you right to 6 p.m. Yeah. That takes you from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm going to get up at, and then you got to stay on that routine. So at 6 o'clock they eat, 6:30 we're out walking. At 10 o'clock they eat, 10:15 we're out walking. And, so that's it. So we may slide that to like 6:30 instead of 6. Whatever. So it'd be 6:30, 10:30, 2:30, 6:30. 6:30, 10:30, 2:30, 6:30. There you go. That's it. I mean, I've been taking pills for, since I had quadruple bypass surgery. About 7 years ago, roughly. I'm rounding long. It was June. I think June 6th would be the 7th anniversary of that. I have an app that'll tell me exactly. You want to know exactly? All right. Let's try this. Oh, there he is. My guy. He's 3 hours and 50 minutes away. It's 3 and 3 is 6. Yeah, whoa, look at that. Ooh, I am here. I'll tell you what, that app is unbelievable. All I had to do is touch them. I was trying to figure out how to get that information. Yeah, let's just put him. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something smoke. That's O-K-E. There it is. Quit smoke. Where's quit smoke? Ah, crap. Let's go back a letter. There it is. There's the app. It's I wonder if it's downloading.
It's 3:30.
Unable to install, quit it. I want to keep it. Of course I want to keep it. Crap. Shit, crap. Come on, guys. The app is no longer available in the App Store. Keep it. So where is it? All right, I'm gonna have to figure it out. Crapola. That's where I had the information. Boy, oh boy. All right. Oh, let me work on that. It's 3:30. Yeah. Tick higher, but index says we're worse. That's probably yesterday's news. Yeah, we're coming up on Friday. It's Friday morning. It's pre-dawn. It's 3:31 a.m. I'm still talking. We know how much to feed the dog now. It's a quarter cup. See, I had to figure this out, so now I figured it out. And it's easy, so I don't have to. It's easy as squeezy. It's the same exact food she's eating right now. They gave me the food. Let me show you which the food is, in case you're interested. I can't remember what it's this right here. It's in this blue bag. 26 pounds for $68. 16 cents an ounce. That sounds like the deal. I didn't buy that one. I bought this one. I got the 4-pound bag. I got the starter bag. I figured, you know what, let's just make sure I get delivery of the damn dog before we start loading up on 100 pounds of food. There you go. There's a dime. Look at that. They have a dime. There's 3 little. So that's the piece. That's the size for your dog. The size guide. I threw a dime down there. It's a 2020 dime, and you can see that 3 pieces equals a dime. And they're not talking about the cost because it's 3 pieces for 15 cents. Yeah, so here's your chart. There you go. This is actually a better chart than that one. This is cleaner. Let me, can I expando it? Let's screw it. We'll just take that one. I like it. Let's keep the dime stuff. I thought that's pretty cute, huh? I like that. These guys are right down my alley. This is exactly what I want to see. Now we've already calculated, unless that chart changed, which I don't think. I like the dime thing with the 3 pieces. Because, you know, when you try to feel it through the bag, you can't tell exactly what's going on in there. But now we know. There you go. And let's just check the chart. Make sure we're still 5 pounds, 1 cup. That means a quarter cup for 4 feedings a day. I'll ask this guy, you know, these people have been taking care of the dog. We might stop with the. Let's just. This is the nutritional thing, which who knows what this means. But ingredients. Yeah, let's stay there. What the heck? Heart health. You got these little suckers. We almost bought a dog, a miniature pinscher, and it had a heart murmur and said, turn the dog back. You don't want one of these. Because that sucker's going to be dead when it's 6 years old. And you're entitled to a 15-year-old dog. So when they get old, you know, all kinds of, you know, I had one dog that had diabetes and went blind. Can you imagine? So you got a dog that's blind. He walks on the walls. Jeez, poor thing. You could see the eyes were all like frosted over. You know, it's, by the time you figure it out, it's too late. You know, they don't wear Apple Watches. They keep track of your blood sugar. Yeah, well, watch it. I'll be blind. Yeah. So that'd be no fun. I like doing all this crazy stuff. No one's. There's only 3 of you listening to me now, but when I drop dead, you can go back and listen to this stuff. There you go. I just showed you how to take care of yeah. If you got a new 5-pound dog, there you go. A cup a day. Divided up into 4 equal meals of 1/4 cup every, 4 hours. 7, 11, 3, 7. 7, 11, 3, 7. That's 4 meals. 7 p.m. is the last meal. 7 a.m. is the first meal. You decide where you want to do that chart. It could be 7:30. 7:30, 11:30, 3:30, 7:30. And then at 8 o'clock, 7:30, you give the dog the food. 8 o'clock, put the leash on, walk the dog. That's what you got to do. So the way you house train a dog is every 4 hours you take the dog out for a walk. So when the dog gets the joke, to pee on the grass or whatever, yeah. It's a girl, so you squat and pee. Instead of a boy where they lift a leg and squirt all over your legs. Anyway, so I get the dog this morning in a few hours. Can you imagine? This is really going to complicate my life. It was simpler, and Robin just made it more complicated. So I'm going to have to figure out how to deal with all this. Yep. Look at this. Calorie content, metabolizable energy. Calculated. 4,150 calories per kilogram. 4,150 kcals. Can't be 450,000 calories? No. All right. We don't know what a kcal is. Let's see above if they define a kcal. I don't know what a kcal means. No. Any of you guys know, send me a text message to 561-416-1100. It says kcal right there. Right in the middle of your screen there. See that calorie content. Metabolized energy calculated 4,150 kcals per kilogram. Well, maybe it is 1,000 calories. Or 535 kcals per cup. Have your pick. Now, here's the nutritional business. Total microorganisms. Ooh. Yeah. What? They got organisms in that goddamn bag? I don't know. Let's see. Crude protein is 30% or 320 grams per kilogram. Let's stick with the 30%. Crude fat, 21%. Crude fiber, 5%. Crude moisture, 10%. Just moisture. It's not crude. DL methionine. How about that? DL methionine, whatever that is. 0.25%. Holy mackerel, look at these words. EPA. The section, what is a DHA? 0.05%. Okay. All right, iron. 130 milligrams. We have iron, copper, manganese, 11 milligrams. Zinc, 120 milligrams. A lot of zinc. selenium, 0.35 milligrams, choline chloride, 0.02, omega-6 fatty acids, almost 4%, omega-3 fatty acids, 1%. Whoops, what is that? Taurine, T-U-R-I-N-E, taurine, 0.15%. Okay. That tells you what's in there. Guaranteed analysis. Chicken meal is the number one ingredient. It has rice. It's chicken and rice. That's the essential, from chicken meal, chicken, brown rice, chicken fat. I'm looking at the very top line here. Manhattan fish meal. Ooh, oatmeal. It's barley, sunflower oil. I'm just looking for words that kind of make sense. Flax seeds, that makes sense. Dried plain beef pulp. Oh, that's got to be mystery meat. Brewer's dried yeast. All right. Natural chicken flavor. Potassium chloride. Dried tomato pomace. Whatever. That's like the bottom of the barrel, man. When they scrape the bottom of that big old tomato barrel, they give it to, this, what do you call it? Dog food. And they throw it in there, and that's part of the guaranteed analysis. And automatically, the amount consumed, this is due to a natural, feeding puppies. Begin feeding moistened dry science, a small and medium breed puppy, 3 or 4 weeks old of age. Yeah, this is 8 weeks old, so this dog has some experience eating this stuff. And I guess I'll ask the guy, the food is supposed to be this, NutraScience, that purple bag right there, or whatever color that is, made with wholesome grains. See it right there? Wholesome. Yeah, like the dog is gonna frickin' know. Stop it. There we go. Small and medium breed puppy. We have a small. It is a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. A Cocker Spaniel, which I grew up with, is probably a 30-pound dog. This is a 15-pound dog. This is a toy. Like a toy version of a Cocker Spaniel. So it's just, it doesn't get big. It's got, it's got the regular size, it's just like half a spaniel. Instead of a Cocker Spaniel, it's a half a spaniel. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, I have to. Things get so complicated. I have to figure out how to get my Tesla car insurance. You got to do. It takes you about 20 minutes, and you got to take pictures of the car, and then you got to take a picture of yourself and your driver's license. So I got to help Marilyn get help him just put her in there. We'll get her to it. We'll take the car through the car wash, clean it up. So, take the pictures of a clean car's dirty. Yeah. All right, so that's a quarter cup every 4 hours, and it's a couple of these little nuggets. And at 8 weeks old, it's probably munches on those nuggets pretty good. Probably got teeth that can do the crunching. All right. We figured that out. It's 3:45 a.m. We got to figure it out. You know, you're getting a dog in a couple hours. You got to know how to feed it. Yeah. You don't want that sucker getting hungry on you. It's probably saying, what the hell's going on? I've been jousting around in this stupid car for 14 hours. Get me the hell out of here. I think that's where the dog is at this point. And I'm sure the guy that's driving the dog is probably saying the same thing. Yeah. And of course, my dog is the last one of the delivery. Poor guy's driving all over the United States. He's finally, the East Coast, he's finally dropping off my dog. And it's like, shit, it's an extra 1,000 miles in the wrong direction. Then he's got to go, another 4.5 hours back up the state because, you got an empty truck. So I don't know how long it takes to go home. I'll ask him. I said, now what are you going to do? This guy with the patch, that's House of Representative guy in Texas. He got primaried by Hans Nichols. And bam, he's gone. He will not be running for that seat, representing a Republican. No. He got primaried by somebody. Not by the party. He was a pretty loyal Republican member. There he is right there. Brutal night in Texas points to trouble ahead for House members. Oh, boy. Yeah. What does this say? A staggering 30 House Democrats are facing at least one primary challenger who has raised $100,000 or more. A dozen of them have been outraised by their rivals. Money is, unfortunately, it comes down to money. When candidates they drop out of the race, that means they ran out of money, and when they run out of money, they drop out of the race because it's about telling your message. There's a whole industry, this politics stuff, which I know very little about. But the one thing I do know is when they run out of money, then they stop running because they can't advertise. Who's going to pay for their plane tickets to go from here to there? Nobody, because they ran out of money. So, that's what happens. You run a campaign, you have a campaign office, right? Or you do it in your garage. So you usually have a campaign office. That's part of the purpose of the proceeds when you raise the money to run for office. So you get on TV, you get on the radio, you get in front of a class of high school parents at a PTA meeting, or, you're running around all the time trying to get in front of people. More than the number of people that I got running around here. Right now it's me, myself, and I. It's 3:49 a.m. It's pre-dawn. Everyone's sleeping. I'm not. You're not. But there are only 3 of you. Actually, I get my best participations have been with people in this late night stuff. I guess a lot of people out there are insomniacs. I can't, I go to sleep. I have no problem going to sleep. Now, I'm not, I got a dog coming in a couple hours, so I'm all excited to get my dog. So I'm not sleeping. I just stay up. I'll just stay up all night. I didn't tell anybody. I went in the bedroom and turned off the TV. Marilyn puts on Fox News. She goes to sleep with Fox News. I walk in there at like 2 in the morning and the TV's running and she's sleeping, so I just turn the TV off. So that gives her the idea that maybe I'm over there sleeping, but I'm not. I'm here with you talking my brains out. Yeah, let's see where they are. They come back over here. It's pretty cool. Oops. Uh-oh, what's going on? It looks like it'll be closer to 7:30. Ah, no worries. I'm up all night with you on my TV marathon broadcast on YouTube. YOUTUBE. And my handle is FAU for you. Drive carefully. Please. Capital P. We want to get to the delivery point of this little beast. No worries. I'm up. P. I am up all night. Tonight. This is live television. I'm texting the person or there are two people in this van delivering my dog, my pedigree dog, my Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. No worries. I'm up all night tonight with you on my, let's put a comma right in there just so you can take a breath. On my TV marathon broadcast on YouTube Live. Drive carefully. His name is Andrew. Let's start off with Andrew. Comma. Andy, there we go. And I'll sign it. J. That's automatic. Jim W. Push the button. Bam. There we go. It's looking like it'll be closer to 7:30. I did it. I did the calculation. Of course, you don't have to be a genius. He's 4.5 hours away and it's 3 a.m. You know it's going to be 7:30. 4 and 3 is 7. Yes, it is. It's still 7. Even with inflation, 4 and 3 is 7. Okay. There we go. Andrew says, this sucker answered my text message. What the hell is he doing up? Yeah, I'm up, buddy. I'm keeping an eye on you. I see where you're at. Look at that, at 3:43. At 3:34, 3:54. Took me 20 minutes to notice it. Yeah, oh well. So at 3:30, he sent me a message, and at 3:50, he got an answer. Andrew, no worries. I'm up all night tonight with you on my TV marathon broadcast on YouTube Live. Yes, I am. Be there or be square. Yeah. So I was showing you where I left off. Circle back. Come on, get out of this thing. All right, let's open that up again. There we go. So I hit the little man-looking thing. Then I hit orders. There we go. Oh, by the way, I bought these things. There's, see, how do I do this? To here. You see that? The stainless steel bottles, you know? So if you have, if you're on the Soda Stream, if you got Soda Stream stuff, I have Soda Stream stuff. So, and that basically is the bottle, roughly the bottle dimensions. But the important thing is the screw top there. It has the threading that's consistent with all the Soda Stream. Yeah, see that the threading on the top of that bottle, which is the threading on the inside of that cap, and it's stainless steel. It's not insulated. So, but you know, instead of plastic, it's stainless. So when you put your water in there and you carbonate it, it'll chill faster because the metal will conduct the heat into the water faster than the plastic will. You know, the plastic might take 6 hours to chill. With the stainless steel, it may take 2 hours. It'll be a lot faster. You'll find you'll have real cold soda water. Whereas the plastic, now once it's cold, you know, after overnight, there'll be stabilization between the outside temperature and the inside temperature of the, you know, the soda water. But when you got a stainless steel bottle like this, the heat will pull out. It's the heat goes out of the bottle. You know, the cold doesn't go in, the heat goes out. And when the heat goes out, it becomes cold, right? I mean, you know, from a physical chemistry standpoint, which I'm a chemistry guy, so that's what happens. You know, when you have a refrigerator, you take the heat out of stuff. You don't put cold in, it's heat out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go. That's the Soda Stream kind of. I have this one right here in the bottom left-hand corner. See that Arca Carbonator 3? That's exactly what I have. And that's with that bottle. They have a version that's either stainless all the way or is stainless all the way with a black outside covering on it. I got the black wrinkle outside finish, which kind of matches the Arca. That's exactly the carbonator we have. It's magnificent. And I have a hose that goes down through the middle of that and runs underneath the sink into a 5-pound carbonation, you know, a big bottle of CO2. It costs you $20 to fill up. So I have 4 of those. So every couple months I go. Actually, I have enough for probably a year's worth of carbonation there. So when I'm working on the 4th bottle, I take the other 3 and fill them up. That's the plan. So I won't be back there for 6-7 months. There you go. So there's the Arca. And it shows you what they're compatible with. There you can see the bottle in relation to several cups of carbonated water. Shatterproof, lightweight. You know, the plastic bottles, you know, every 2 years you got to throw them away and get another plastic bottle because they wear out, you know, with the pressure. Because when you pressurize carbonated water, it gets up to 900 pounds per square inch. That's a lot of pounds per square inch. So it's constantly pressing on the outside walls of that bottle. And eventually, it'll pop. And you don't want that to pop in your face. It may, a piece of plastic may get in your eye or something. So I said, you know what, the hell with the bottle. We're going stainless steel. So I bought 4 of those. Marilyn says, what the hell? Yeah. It'll last forever, however long that is for me, since I'm over 80. My cardiologist says you're good to 94. He wrote 94 in my file and circled it. I said, really? What happens when I'm 94? He says, yeah, things start wearing out. You know. I said, okay, yeah. When I get over 90, then we'll have a talk. We'll see how we're doing. That means I got 11 years to go, or excuse me, 9 years to go. God, 9 years. Oof. That's a lot of years, but yeah, time flies. Dishwasher safe. There you go. I don't know how exactly that works. I don't have any of that automatic stuff. I like pushing the handle down to carbonate the water. That's what the Arca. See, that's an arm right there. That little silver thing on the top. Whoops. You see that silver thing on the top there? You pull down on that, and it carbonates the water. You can hear it. It's an obvious. That right there costs you $200. The bottles will cost you $100. 4 of those bottles. But you never have to buy bottles again. You know, you're good to go. So for $300, you're all set for. Then you got the carbonation underneath the counter. So those things cost $100. So that's $400. You got to get at least 2. That's $500. It's up. So if you have 2 bottles, 2 5-pound jugs of CO2, it's liquid CO2 when it's pressurized to 1,000 psi, pounds per square inch. So that makes a lot of soda water. Because that liquid turns to gas, and then the gas goes into your carbonation thingy. It's liquefied CO2. Yeah. It costs you like $20, $25 to fill it up. Yeah. So that's what I got. That's the latest news on that. Let's see. There's my Lumify. I should touch on that because if you're not, if you don't, I mean, that is a marvelous thing. When you wake up in the morning, wash your face, and you put one of those, a drop in each eye, just 1 or 2 drops, and it really helps your eyes. Particularly if you're, over. If you're over 12 years old. Yeah, I don't know what it says. For your eyes, don't drink it. Yeah, no. See, large size, 7.5 milliliters. Oof. I'd hate to see small of 7.5 millimeters as large, a quarter of an ounce for $20, round numbers. Maybe $18.95, but there it is, before and after. It gets the red out, apparently. Yeah, see, there's a slight red tinge right there. And in this eye, there is no red tinge. Apparently, the eye relaxes. And that's it. Nice, pretty fingers. Redness reliever, but it also relieves the scratchiness feeling. It works in a minute. It does. As soon as you put a drop of that in there, it gives you, lubricates the eye. It's all FDA approved. No bleach. Oh my God. Really? You would take the red out, will bleach your eye. No. All right. Made in the USA. Formulated and packaged in the United States. How nice. The bottle is a bitch to get into. I'll tell you. You need a knife. Oh my God. they put this stuff on top that, you know, it's not easy to get into the top of that bottle for the first time. I will say that. They seal that sucker up pretty good. There's the size of the bottle in relation to the box. Yep. Actual size. Look at that fill line. I never noticed the fill line. Yeah, no, I fill it up to there. There's the required information. Let's see what that is. That is bromonidine. Bromonidine. That's how you would pronounce that. I'm like the pronouncer for big words, particularly when it has to do with chemistry, because I learned how to pronounce all the. If I can't pronounce it, I can't spell it, and that goes for you too. So you look at that word, brimonidine, brimonidine, tartrate, brimonidine tartrate, 0.025%. Use relieves redness of the eye due to minor eye irritations. Warning, external use only. If the solution changes color, which you wouldn't know because it's in the bottle, and it's a white bottle, white plastic, so you can't see inside the bottle. How stupid. I guess if it has a color when you drip it, you know, you pitch it. Yeah. Oh my God, if it changes color, throw it away. No. Yeah. Stop use and ask a doctor if you experience eye pain, changes in vision, continued redness or irritation, if the condition worsens or is more persistent for 3 days. Yeah. If pregnant or breastfeeding, ask your professional. He ain't gonna know what the hell to do. You have to ask whoever the doctor is that's managing your pregnancy. Your gynecologist. Your primary care doctor isn't going to have a clue whether brimonidine tartrate, if you drop that in your eyes, if that's going to allow slip your pregnancy. Your PCD, your primary care doctor, isn't going to know. His physician, PCP. That is the acronym. Sir, who is your PCP? I don't know. How about the ABCD? Your PCP is your primary care physician. But no, they don't want to use those 3 words. How about 4 words? Unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine. Why don't you go suck some of that in and die in the corner? Unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine is highly toxic. If you breathe it, you're dead. That's it. It's so poisonous. Like 3 parts per billion. Now, if you don't know I'll give you what a part per billion is. If you have a swimming pool that's 3 feet deep and it is an acre, it's 200 feet square. It's a square swimming pool, 209 feet by 209 feet. You multiply that, that's 43,960 square feet on the surface. Go down 3 feet, that's a lot of water. You have an eyedropper and you drop 1 drop, that's 1 part per million. Because there's a million drops to fill up that swimming pool. Excuse me, a billion. So 1 drop in a 200 foot by 200 foot square pool that's 3 feet deep, that is a billion drops. So when you have 1 drop, it goes into that pool, that's 1 part per billion. just to give you an order of magnitude, you hear Elon Musk talking order of magnitudes. You know, he's uses these big words. Usually means times 10. But you know, I use it a little different. You know, I teach, you know, regular people, and I try to give them examples so they can kind of understand what the hell you're talking about. So when you talk about 1 part per billion, B like billion, people don't get what that, you know, they don't understand what the significance of how small a concentration that is. You know, when you're talking about 1 part per billion, that doesn't add up. So I read that somewhere. I never did that calculation. I read it somewhere. A 1 acre pool, 3 feet deep, is 1 billion drops. I'd like to know how I could calculate it. I could calculate it. I'm not going to, as we speak. I'm not going to do it. I'm looking at these jets taking off, these aircraft carriers. They have electromagnetic propulsion now instead of the old-fashioned whatever they were doing. They have a method of, you know, helping that jet get from 0 to 200 miles, like 180 miles per hour. Now it's got a very powerful jet engine. So, but in order to have enough air going over the wings of a fighter jet that's on an aircraft carrier, it needs a push. So it connects to a catapult system that shoves that airplane forward, and that's what it is. It pushes it down. I don't know how many feet that propulsion is, but it can push, you know, a 20 or 30,000 pound plane with the fuel. You know, fuel probably weighs more than the plane, or the same amount. So once you fill it up, the plane is twice as heavy as when it's not filled up. Anyway, so this whole row of stuff here is dog stuff. In preparation for this little beast, we had to buy, we got Love's Cabin. Oh God, Maryland found this. Look at that. There's a little Frenchie in Love's Cabin. Well, we don't have you know what? Robin said, "Do you want a Frenchie?" I said, "No, I don't want a goddamn Frenchie. You know, that's like the ugliest dog on the planet. No. I want like a small Cocker Spaniel." There you go. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. So my dog is going to look like that. It's got big ears, just like that. That is, I think, a up to 25 pounds. My dog is only, we got a medium-sized one. We didn't get the small one. We got the medium, so it's 30 inches by 20 inches by 2 feet. Yeah, it's 2 feet by 3 feet. So, yeah, that's not that big. And 20 inches tall. It's got a doorway, which you can zip with a zipper. You can zip it closed. So if you push the dog in there, and it's got a nice little bed in there, and it can crawl up and take a nap. And otherwise, it can watch out. It can look out the screen. It's got a heavy screen, mesh, screen, so it can see what's going on. We have a cat. We have a couple of cats running around, so that would segregate the cat from the dog if it was time for dog to take a nap. Yeah, there you go. See the screen? And yeah, happy dog. That's how it folds up into that little package. But once it gets to there, I don't know how you get it back in that bag. Yeah, you got to take the rods out. It's got 8 rods. I did all that. Yeah, it's no big deal. Very easy to assemble. And see, it's very simple. You just you do a little turn, and then throw right in the bag. When step 4, 5, and 6. That's the magic. That's the magic act for me. You do this, you do that, you do a twist, and yeah, some little Chinaman can do that, but forget it. I don't know how you get from there. You got to take the rods out. I can figure that part, but that's it. I don't know how you do the twist thing. I saw a video. Looks really nice. It's like those tents, where you do the twist on putting the tent away if you go out camping. I don't camp. That's other people camp. I'm in the Holiday Inn with a 45-inch color TV. That's camping for me. Yeah, if there's no TV, that's roughing camping. That's really tough. Gotta have that 50-inch color TV. That goes same thing with boats. You want to take me out boating? Does it have a washer and a dryer? If it doesn't, the boat is too small for me. All right, here. I have one of these. It's 4:17 a.m. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, see that? Let's touch that. The touch screens are magical, aren't they? So we'll touch the dog. There we go. No, I don't have a Frenchie, but I bought this thing because I got a small one. It'll fit. There we go. See, it fits right there. It'll fit a Cocker Spaniel, a small Cocker Spaniel. Yep. You got Velcro things in training. Protective, stay back. I'm putting one of those on just for what my son says, shits and giggles. Service dog. I need one. I'm all nervous and stupid, at 80. I need this little puppy dog to keep me calm. Yeah. Doctor, write me a note. Or I'm going to jump on you. There you go. There is not a Frenchie wearing this thing. See? If it goes around the front legs and the neck and come around the chest, and it has a, Velcro so you can kind of fit it perfectly. I don't like, and then you can connect your leash to the top of the back there. I don't like pulling on the dog's neck. I think that's pretty primitive. And it's probably not very comfortable. So, for little tiny dogs like this, see, it's got a hook right up there where you can hook your leash on. There you go. See right there. And I have a leash that, with spring loaded, it expands and contracts. Has a little push trigger on it. It's marvelous. Goes out about 16 feet, which is 2 body lengths, round numbers. So it gives the dog a little, it doesn't take a big pull for that dog to expand himself and, go sniff around some bushes that you don't have to get right up next to. So it gives him a little freedom. Yeah, we're not going to give the dog much freedom initially because it's a young dog. We don't want it to be licking, bacteria and stuff. We just want him to be walking around and sniffing, no licking. And we got red. Marilyn is not a big fan of pink on the dog. There's a pink one. Whoop. Yeah, we got red. It was either red or black. And Yeah, we got a red one. So that's extra small. That's what I got for a 5 pound dog. 5 pound dog is probably extra small. Now, as that sucker grows, I may have to, step up to a bigger one. But that's it right there. That's, so I'm going to add it to the cart. Um, you can get delivery tomorrow. So let's hit the small one. There you go. It doesn't really change the picture much. And let's add it to the cart. There's a method to my madness here. Then I'm going to go to the cart. I'm an experienced Amazon.com person, so if you want to take notes, it's okay. So now, see, it's in there. Proceed to checkout. No, what I'm going to do, save it for later. There you go. Now it's in this. See, there's a leash. There's some pillows. There's a bag. There's the food. So I come down here. See, there's the Lumify. It's $18.50. You go to, a drugstore, whatever, it's $27. So crazy number. So Amazon has it for $18.58. Why would you buy it anywhere else? There's these. I am reading with these glasses right here. I have one of these laptops. I don't know why it's in there. I have one of these water things for my cat and dog. I have these lights which are magical. I stick them up in various places, and the light comes on when you enter the room. Yeah, so you don't have to run around looking for the light switch. And then you can just pull them down and recharge them, pop them right back up on a magnetic mount thing. Yeah, that's good. They're $10 a piece, so pack of 2 is $20, $21, $22, $11 a piece. Yep. They're not 3 color temps. I got the one. I got the bigger ones. So you can touch on here. Let's touch on there. And we want the 14-inch ones. Yep. And we want white light. You can have warm white or white, white, either one. Let's do warm. I think I got warm. It's just, it's not quite as, that white is so white. Add to cart. Then I'm going to go to cart. I know it's a little extra step here. And then I'm going to say save for later. See, there it is. So they're $12, $13, $12.50 a piece. Yeah. $25 for 2. So there's the dog leash. And then I don't have that one. I have the one that's smaller than that. This is for up to 26 pound. So when the dog gets full weight, which is like 16 pounds, I may upgrade the leash. I probably won't, unless it breaks. I had 2 min pins, and they went for 14 years. Anyway, so let's see. So I'm going to hit that little guy down there. And yeah. So then you come arrow over. Whoops. Arrow over. Yeah, so here's all the doggy things. It's 4:30 in the morning. I don't want to talk past, guess to 7 a.m. I got to start looking out for my dog. There you go. Did. Finally, I bought this thing and it didn't work. It's just as well. I don't need it. It bricked. It's the first time I had anything that bricked. It just froze solid as a rock. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anything about what was going on with that device. My soundboard over here. I was replacing it and wouldn't happen. So let me go to my Truest account and see if it came back in there. It says refunded. Yeah, $600 item. Aha. The answer is yes. There it is, $615. Credit. Thank you very much. That was a stupid idea. I don't know why I did that. It didn't work. I sent it back anyway. And all right, I paid my housekeeper $145. Yep. All right, so I got $700 sitting over there in that bank. Thank you very much. There you go. I noticed that. It took 2 weeks to get that money back, but it finally came back. Thank you very much. They determined it was bricked. Yeah, the sucker was frozen solid. I said bricked, so anyone that knows what that means. That means when you like have a computer and it just freezes and it won't do anything. It just, I mean, you move your mouse, it's, no, forget it. It wouldn't do a thing. I turned it off. I took the power cord off. Then I put the power cord back in. Then I restarted it. It got to a certain point, and it would freeze again. There's something wrong with the software inside that puppy, and it would not light up the lights. I have the soundboard right over here. There you go. Listen to how nice that Epidemic Sound instrumental is. Let me turn it up for a minute. Nice. That's super nice. Woo! If you got headphones on, this Epidemic Sound instrumental it's got some nice sound to it. How do you like it? I like it. It's royalty free. There's no words. It's just all this like electronic music. And it's kind of upbeat. I've been listening to it for 5 or 6 years. I found it. There was some other guy that's online somewhere. I don't remember who it is. And he had it on his thing. And so I went and found it and said, you know what? I like the way that sounds. So here's that feeding guide. Now I saved it. I have another one of those somewhere. Yeah, here with the pieces. How cool is that? Let's make that a favorite. Yeah. All right. So now we're going to edit this. This is live television. We're going to edit this. I'm going to hit the do everything automatic button. There we go. Which darkens it. And we can fortify it by turning up the highlights. You can slide these sliders, in 2 directions. So, slide it back and forth and get it right where you want it. I'm more interested in the chart than I am what the nuggets look like. So that's where my eyes are looking. And I'm looking right at that chart, brighten that up. Yep. Add some black. And that's it. I'm going to hit the check mark. Now I'm going to hit the duplicate button. There we go. So it's right there. Yeah. So on this one now, I'm going to draw the box again. So I'm going to hit the three lines up on the top here. That's where you start the edit. And then there's like a little pen with a circle around it. Touch that. Pick your color. Let's do blue this time. Red is kind of like pretty drastic. Let's just draw. Yeah, there's blue. We'll hit the back button. Get rid of that. Okay. So now we're going to draw our box right around the 0 to 3 months. We're just going to, so I don't have to figure this out too much. Your puppy weighs, it is not going to get over 20 pounds. So we don't need to go to the 20 to 30. So we just need to go here, go across there, go up, come across here, come down again. When you connect it, now just hold it. You see how it straightens up, makes straight lines? So now you got a perfect straight box. So if you just hold it for a second, it'll straighten out all the lines, and then you look and see if you like it. If you don't, you hit the back arrow and do it again. You know, I've been doing this a while, so it's good enough. I cut off that 8 ounce over there. We're not going over there anyway, because we're 0 to 3 months, and we're right in the middle of that. So I'm just going to put a red. Let's see how this works. Let's just, yeah, watch this. See, I got a red circle around that. I'm going to do it again. You got to hit back twice. Because since we are about a 5-pounder, and we're going to go, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to put a red box inside the blue box. Let's see if we can do this. I've never done this before. There you go. That's where we want to have our concentration. And I'm just going to put the check mark. We got it. So now we got the blue box, we got the red box in the blue box, and check. Hit the check mark. There we go. So now we can like expando whatever we want. There we go. So that's it. I could actually do. I actually will do. Oh, wait a minute. Let's fix this up a little bit. Let's get the eraser button out. The cleanup is preparing. I'm going to turn the epidemic down just a little tad. Okay. You see the little circulating. It's reading everything in that box. Now when the hand goes like this, now you can go in there and let's just get rid of that 8. That's annoying. There we go. We don't need to see that. We know what an 8-ounce cup is. And we're not over there anyway. We're over here. I did a duplicate, so we have one that's untouched. Is there anything else I need to clean up? Puppy feeding chart. That looks good. Okay. So now I'm going to hit the check mark. So we're all good there. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to expand this a little bit more, is I'm going to do a print screen. Yeah. Let's just expand this so we don't have to strain our eyes. Let's leave ourselves a margin on each side. Whoops. And why is that? Let me go full screen on this for a minute. Yeah, it's full screen. So I'm going to expand over this. So there's a margin on both sides. There we go. Let's have daily feeding chart in there. There we go. Now I'm going to, whoops. You gotta wait for these things to disappear up on the top. If they don't disappear, oh, there we go. Now I'm gonna do print screen. 1, 2, 3. Boop. There's the print screen, and there we go. Daily feeding chart. That looks good, right? Yeah. Let's clean it up a little. Save the photos. Yeah, you gotta do that. It's not actually a photo yet. Whoops. It is now. So now we can go right here and pick it up. There it is. So now I can edit this one. And what am I gonna do? I'm gonna come down this. Do I have my eraser on this? Oh no, I gotta push that one. The hand is waving. Okay. So I'm gonna go down here and get rid of all these guys. I have to wait for it to. Yeah, let's get rid of this stuff. Because it's outside our chart. Let's see if I can do this one. Yeah, that sounds all right. Yeah, that's good. I have to wait for a minute. There's a lot of computing going on. It's real easy to do, but there's a lot of processing going on that we don't have to do. They've simplified it for us. How nice that is. We got rid of all that distraction. We got the blue box and the red box in the blue box. I'm going to hit that arrow up on the top. If you can't see it. There we go. You should be able to see it now on the very top. Scrolling is scrolling over. It's a yellow circle up here with a check in it. Touch it. Now we're done with that. Yeah. I should have brought that down so it's outside of that. Yeah, this is better for you. Put a heart on there so it comes up in my favorites. Our dog is 5 pounds, so we're going to be on the top edge of the red box. 1 cup. We're going to divide that into 4 meals. Remember? 1/4 cup a meal. Every 4 hours. So that's, if it's 6 in the morning, it'd be 6, 10, 2, 6. If you want it to be 7, it'd be 7, 11, 3, 7. 7, 11, 3, 7. 7, 11, 3, 7. That's for your 12-hour day. And they don't eat in the middle of the night. No. They get 4 meals during the day and they sleep at night. And then in the morning, you take them out. And you take them out after each meal. And you set that routine. 7, 11, 3, 7. 7, 11, 3, 7. So for weeks, you got to stay. So set your watch. Have that alarm go up. 7, 11, 3, 7. 7, 11, 3, 7. And that way, when the dog has to go to the bathroom, he's going to go to the bathroom 7, 11, 3, 7. They get the joke. I mean, dogs, they will cooperate. 7:30. It's 4:30. Let's see if he's 3 hours away. Isn't that amazing? They have this continuous session. I don't know what that is. Oh, this is with my bank. Nope. I got my money back. That's a good thing. There you go. Wags on wheels. That's the guy is delivering. Wags on wheels. I can't wait to meet these people. Oh God. Oh Lordy, what kind of a world do we live in here? I don't want that. This is at Life 360. Oh, there he goes. He's coming. He's running down the road. He's on I-95. He's in Edgewater, Florida. He's 2 hours and 47 minutes away. 40 and yeah, yeah, he's boogieing the. Yeah, he's going to be here like a 7:10 since 4:36. Yeah, so within 4 minutes ago, we can see where I don't know where he is. Yeah, he's right opposite Deltona, and he goes straight across to Tampa. Sort of. I-4 goes right across to Orlando. You see how that is? St. Petersburg. I mean, it's not straight across. And in about 30 minutes, he'll be across Cape Canaveral. We went up there to see something blast off, and it didn't blast off. That was annoying, but hey, what the hell? We'll try it again. So there's, yeah, this is up to 3 minutes ago. Andrew is 2 hours and 47 minutes away. Yep. Yeah. He knows I'm watching him. Because I answered him at 3:45 in the morning. He sent me a text. I answered him. He's like, whoa, this sucker is up. I told him I'm up all night, baby. You want to say hi? Just say you can. He may be listening to me right now. For all I know, he could. People all over the planet. That's what's amazing about this. Even though there's only 5 of you on there, I've had over. I'm making fun of my own program here. All right, where's recently saved? There it is. That's where we are. As of 4:40, I should do this at exactly 5 a.m. But since I have this one, I might as well just hit the auto button there and just hit done. There you go. In 20 minutes, I'll do this again. Pre-dawn. We are 4:42 a.m. It's pre-dawn. I've been basically getting ready since midnight on this broadcast. I have in my pocket, Andrew, in case you're listening, I have in my pocket. I have one thing left in my pocket. Assuming this delivery goes smoothly, I have here a $100 cash tip. Just because that's assuming it's a nice, smooth delivery with no aggravation. He gets the $100. So whatever he's getting paid, he's going to get $100 more tax-free. Remember, no tax on tips? So that's legal. Thank you, President Trump. No tax on tip. Tips up to about $25,000 total in tips. Then you got to start paying tax on it. So it's almost no tax on tips. They should have said no tax on tips, period, but they had to put a limit on it. Here's you have to have a photo ID to prove who you are when they hand over a dog to a complete stranger after he drives 1,200, 1,500 miles to get here. And I only do this for special people. And he's delivering a bundle of joy, and I'm going to give to him and his partner. There are 2 of them. I don't know whether it's male, female, or whatever. I may know.
It's 4:45.
I'll give him 2. These are 250-year commemorative. It's early in the morning. Commemorative coins, which of course you can't hardly see because the light is not. You see 250, you can barely see. And on the other side, is an eagle. It's actually a lot of detail. All right. Gosh darn it. Let me turn the lights up a little bit. There you go. That's a little brighter. Let's go full screen on my studio here. My studio is 4 foot by 6 foot. I got 100 square feet here. All right, so I'm going to bring this closer and I'm going to focus it. There you go. This has a fixed focus. See how nice that is? Aside from the flickering light. Oh, God. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's getting worse. If I turn it full bright, it'll flicker and then it will stop flickering. So it's not flickering too much. So I have the focus. See how nice that is? Yeah. On the other side, 250 year. And it's about the size of a silver dollar. So I have a $100 tip, Andrew. 5/20s. I have 2 commemorative coins for you and the person that's helping you make this trip. There's my driver's license to verify that I am who I am. Put that in my pocket so I don't have to go running for it when they say the dog's here. I'm gonna get all crazy. So I have that pocket with that in there, and in this pocket I've got paper towel and what the hell is this? I don't need those lozenges. Keep the pocket simple for this. And I got other. I don't know why I have other credit cards in case I fall over and drop dead walking the dog. In both pockets. No matter which pocket they get. In this pocket they get my passport card. In this pocket they get my driver's license. Yeah. I've taken all my pills, so everything feels okay. We'll just put that up there. And there's that. There's my Lumify. There you go. See Lumify? Get this. There are all kinds of places you can get it. So now I'm going to turn the focus back to this keyboard. See, there we go. That's pretty good focus right there. So that way, just about everything in here, within a couple of feet. It's not a very big, I mean, using the word studio is almost like, come on, it's 6 feet long and exactly 2 feet deep. And I got 4 feet behind me. So I rounded up to 100 square feet. That's my studio. I mean, that's like, please. Yeah. Let's see if we can do a little, one more, switch cameras. There we go. I like my, this is like a second camera, this wire, but I have it plugged into my iPad because the iPad is a nice place to have the stuff that we just did. Here's my food chart thing. It's the same feed, the same bag. They told me this is what we're feeding your dog. Get this, and that way you continue feeding your dog what he's been eating, she's been eating. So the breeder is saying this. So that's important. To don't change. This little dog is used to eating this. And he's gone from 1 pound to 5 pounds eating this food. So continue feeding your dog this food. I'm putting my watch on. Yeah, my magical Apple Watch. I love it. And I put in my secret combination. There we go. Now I'm 100% here at 4:50 in the morning. When that says 4 a.m. Wow, Jimmy's talking here. There you go. We got the boxes in the box. I expanded it so we don't see 3 to 6 months or 6 months and older. We'll do another box. Remember, I did there we go. Whoops. Yeah, see, there's this one untouched. So when it's time to slip over to the 3 to 6 month category, I'll duplicate and I'll do the boxes in the middle of it. And then when it gets to be 6 months or older, then I'll put the boxes around this last two columns. But we are in this stage right here. We're in the top of the red box. 1 cup 4 times, quarter cup every 4 hours. That's how we feed this little beast. It's only, it's only this big. It's 5 pounds, I mean, so this is how big the dog is. It's like, little tiny dog. So we got to be, the word puppy comes to mind. See, puppy feeding. So we have, it's not bottle feeding. She is eating these little nuggets. So, yeah, it's kind of like that looks like the size of a cat nugget. I've got 2 cats here and they eat out of a cat bowl. I wonder let's see if the dog goes to the cat bowl, and we got to make sure we don't do that because he'll eat the whole damn thing. Dogs, they're smart in a lot of ways, but when it comes to eating, they eat everything that you put down. You give them a half a pound of food, they'll eat the whole damn half pound of food. Cat, they're smart when it comes to eating. They'll eat, just a bit. And then they'll walk away and they'll go have a sip of water and do that around. And they'll come back a couple hours later and they'll eat for 4 or 5 minutes and crunch their food, and then they'll walk away, and, for a couple hours, and then they'll come back and they'll crunch a few more. I mean, but a dog, no, they will they'll lick the bowl clean. Whatever you put in there, they'll eat it all. Assuming they like it. If you cut up a raw steak, they eat the whole damn thing until their belly was popping. So the dogs they're designed that way, instinctively, because when they get a kill, they got to go catch their food. Remember, they got teeth and legs, and so they'll run after something and trap a bird or whatever, and then they'll eat it, and they'll eat it all because they don't know when they get their next meal, so they eat everything they can, and that's the way it goes. God. So. Told me I was one. £1. 1 cup of food for a 5-pound dog. Yeah, there we go. We're right there on the chart. Let's see if I can just. No. Back. I need to do this right here. Yeah, like that. I want to be right here. Let's put a dot right here. Look at, see, that's what I want to do. Now I come back here and do it and fill in the circle. There we go. Now I got a beautiful dot. I like it. You guys like it? I like it. There we go. That's where we're starting. There we go. Get the check mark. Even the moon wants to know. I wonder how could shine so bright. So now we can, almost instantly know exactly what we're doing. I could put a little arrow, but it's just that little dot is good enough. That just gives you a place to put your eye there. Yeah, we got a 5-pounder, and then we know when it gets to be 7.5, 8 pounds, we just go down one row. Yeah. So let's just give them quarter pound every 4 hours. Quarter of a cup, sorry. And then when it gets up a little bit, gets to 8 or 9 pounds, because it'll keep growing, then I'll use like a third of a cup. I have a third of a cup scoop, and we'll just give them a third of a cup every 4 times a day. 4 times 3 is 12, so that'll bring it right up into this 1.5 cup zone, right? 3/3 is 1, so it'd be 1 1/3 cups instead of 1 3/4. So when you get to be about 8 pounds, just so you know, looking at this chart, I can do the math in my head. I still have a head, and it still works usually. Anyway, so I have a nice, I'll grab it. I have a nice third of a cup scoop, stainless steel, and it's a third of a cup. I have one that's a quarter of a cup. I'm going to use that one first. And I'll keep weighing the dog. I have a perfect scale to weigh the dog. And it's digital. And you just put the dog on there, and weigh that little sucker. Yeah. I'll weigh him as soon as we get him. As soon as we get done with all the technicalities here of getting transferring the dog from the transporter to the receiver. Yeah, a little complicated. My daughter bought it, so she basically had to sign something to give permission for them to give the dog to me rather than her. But she don't want the dog. She bought it from me. So, I mean, it's like, okay, I guess we can do that. Apparently, usually someone buys a dog and it gets delivered to them. Here, someone bought a dog and sent it to Dad. Send it to, whoops, 4 o'clock. Send it to Dad in Boca Raton. Let's complicate his life. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that'll do it. That did it. All right, here we go. Here's Andrew. Where the hell is he? Let's recycle this. Whoops, this is the app. Get this. That's not the app. That's the photograph of the app. Whoops, where is it? There it is. There we go. Yeah, he's zooming down I-95. Let's hit the... Isn't that amazing? I don't know if you could see that. Maybe my hand was in the way. All right, so now we pinch to squeeze it. Yeah, see, he's right opposite. He's right at Titusville. Yeah, I figured that. He's in Titusville. We made that drive. So you can see Orlando, and then you can see me. There we go. There's Andrew. That's his first name. There you go. And what time is it? It's 5 a.m. Wow. Yeah. 2.5 hours from 5 a.m. That puts them at 7:30. There you go. Yes, sir, Bob. I've done that drive. And 7:30 is it. He's doing the same calculation I'm doing. See, it's nice to do it at the beginning of the hour because you just add, 5 plus 2 is 7. That any of us can do that. Yeah, I'll send him a picture of this. You'll say, "What the hell's I know it." Whoops, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll send him the picture. Yeah. Looks like 7:30. Oops. Looks like 7:35 a.m. Drive carefully. Looks like 7:30. I just put 7:30. Let's not be a wise guy. 7:30. Looks like about. There you go. Andrew, there you go. Looks like about 7:30 a.m. Drive carefully. Yeah. See, send him a picture of himself. There we go. He's right. I think he told me that. Yeah, he did the same. Yeah, looks like it'll be closer to 7:30. Andrew, no worries. I'm on FAU for you. I am. You hear the nice music we got here. It's Friday. In case you didn't know. Yep, it's March 6th. You look up on the top. If you go to see the 26 million visitors, if you go to 416-1100.com. Yeah, don't use a dot. Use a hyphen. 416-1100.com. It's like my phone number. You go to a website that looks like this. With a polo player right there. Yeah, that's our site. And if you go down to the bottom of it, it's going to show how many people have looked at this site. I reset it a few years ago. We see from 1990 to 2026. Look at this. 26,428,000 people. 26 million people have seen this. I got the world going around because we can tell who looks at the site, not who by name, but what country, how long you stayed at the site, and what pictures you looked at. We don't know who you are, and we don't know where you are. I know what country you're in. I know what city you're in. City, state, and country. That is the extent of the information that comes through on the internet. It does. It's not. It's not any finer grained than that. So I know it's about 160 countries. And I can tell, which I know which albums are clicked on the most. And look at this. This is Blake Shelton when he was first getting going. This is 2007. So this is 19 years ago when he was an intense, 28-year-old or whatever. I don't know how old he is. But look at this. I took these pictures when he was doing his concert in Milwaukee. Blake Shelton at Indian Summer in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They paid him $30,000 to show up for one 2 or 3 hour show. So I took these pictures. I gave them to him, and I never heard a word. I said, you can use this on a CD, because CD-ROMs was the way to distribute music. I said, you have a free CD-ROM cover. Just tell them who took the picture. Just put that in fine print. Look at it. Look at this. I think this is pretty good stuff myself. I've taken a lot of pictures. He's intense when he's, look at that. Yeah, he knows the words to all these songs. I mean, it's amazing to me. Look at that. I'd pick one of those kind of shots. Not that. Something like that. Something really artsy craftsy. Notice I have the lights. I got it in such an angle so you could actually see the floodlights up in the ceiling in some of these. I position it like this one. See, I got the floodlights in there. That was because he's moving around and I'm moving around, so that's when he was done. Yeah, Blake Shelton concert, Indian Summer. A lot of people have taken a peek at this. There's another bunch of pictures. See, that's good. I put that on my CD-ROM cover. I put that on my website. I like it. I like it. I took the pictures. I should like it. There's only a couple. Yeah. See where it says 214? Now, if I recycle this page, there you go. It'll go to 215. There's no one else there. See, there it is, 215. So it counts, every time someone comes and starts looking around, that counter goes up. It's interesting. There we go. Let's go home. This picture here is it's so difficult to capture this kind of a shot where these two players are whacking their mouths together and the bamboo, whatever that material is, they wrap around each other and it makes a very special kind of a sound. And people that go to polo matches, they know what that sound is like. But to capture it in a photograph, and I was talking to another professional photographer on this date. He was sitting right next to me, was sitting on the grass. And it was, like 100, it's like 200 feet away where this happened. The horses were running across us. And I snapped a shot right at the exact moment those mallets came together. I just tried, and the guy was saying, "Boy, I wish I could capture that shot." And I actually did. Oh, shit. That is so unbelievable. He said he's been trying to capture that image for years and he could never get it. And I captured it right smacking right next to him. There, look at that, 217. So there's someone else. There's more people on this site. So as they roam around different parts of the site, there are like 400,000 pictures that we've taken over a 20-year period of time, and they're on here. I can go home, see the top of go home. There you go. There's a company called Smug Mug. See up in that top corner, and it says Smug Mug. That is the enterprise that houses the pictures, and between them and myself, this is what this website looks like. And it's their software. Because if you clicked on one of these pictures, there's my wife right there. Look how pretty she is. Huh? Am I the luckiest guy on the planet? That is. We're married 45 years. Let's see. This picture was taken the Cowboy Ball 2011. So that was 15 years ago. Look at this. Look at that picture. We were just standing underneath a tent at this Cowboy Ball. She dressed appropriately. She is 50% Native American Indian. Look at that. She's good. Look at the earrings. 2 feathers. I mean, she's stunning. That's the only word for it. Yep. There's Snow. He's one of the people that distributes. He raises money. He's got a foundation. Yeah. See, Cowboy Ball. He's got a buckle. Yeah. He's like one of the sponsors of this whole thing. He's it. This is his event. It's like every February or something. What kind of month is this? I think it's February. Yeah, we didn't go. See, the bid paddle, 289. She has a bid paddle. I don't know if we bought anything. A nice bracelet she's got there. Yeah. So he's nice picture. I forget who he is. He's somebody important. Jim Batmazian was. This is the table. Yeah, this is our table. So there's Marilyn again. This open plate is my plate, but I'm taking a picture. So these 2 guys are brothers. These 2 guys, lady, man, there they are. Here's some of the people that cooked the meal. See, make your own plate. Here, the ladies serving. There you go. There's Jim Batmazian over here on the very right. There's Marilyn. This guy in the middle is important. There's Mrs. Batmazian. And I don't know who he is.
It's 5:15.
It's 15 years ago, folks. So, yeah. So there's Mrs. Batmazian, Jim Batmazian. Jim Batmazian right there. He is the largest taxpayer in, I think, Palm Beach County. He owns more real estate than anybody else in the entire county, which he's a billionaire. Yeah. That's, I think it's 1 billion. Yeah. He's Armenian, would you believe? Comes over here from Armenia and is a billionaire. You don't think this is the land of opportunity? You better wake up. But you got to take chances. You got to risk. These are important people, which I don't remember who they are. These balloons. Yeah, there are these two. Yeah, nice. They dance around. They had music. I took a few pictures of them. Gave them my website. They can go download some. Oh, there's me. A few years ago. Yeah, 15 years ago. Yeah. Marilyn took a picture of me. That's not so good. It's out of focus. I just saved all these pictures. Yeah, you never know. Someone may like something. I took a bunch just, and you hope. It's, oh, there's me again. Boy. Yeah. There's me again. I got a jacket on I'm the head brothel guy. There's Marilyn again. Then I was looking that way, and then she's looking this way. There you go. Anybody else? Yeah, see, it's up to. There's someone else floating around. Well, thank you very much for following me and looking at some of these things. Here, let's go home. There's Marilyn and Jay Leno. Yeah, you touch on that picture, it goes right to where that is. There it is. And then you click sideways. I got up close, took a picture of the Alfa Romeo logo. This is the, what do you call it? The hangar party. That's what they call it. See, Boys and Girls Club in the middle there, yeah. So this is a big fundraiser. It costs a couple $100 a ticket. We're press, so we get in free. We're taking pictures for your newspaper. There's the Rolls Royce. There's that thing that you drive through a risky community, and they bad guys rip those things off. Yeah, it's terrible. There's Marilyn, and this lady owns a restaurant downtown in Deerfield Beach. Yeah, something 234. That's just a pretty girl I saw walking around her. She has feathers. Figure, what the hell? I'm used to feathers. Marilyn's half Indian. No, these two are nice looking. That could be a mother-daughter act. Pretty lady there. I've taken a lot of pictures. It doesn't take too much to figure out pretty. Pretty is pretty. Yeah, I think that lady is pretty. Walking around with a glass of wine with a couple ice cubes in it. There's me and Marilyn. I'm a little heavier in there. I got that fat face. Look at that. There's Jay Leno, Marilyn, and Jimmy. I got in just in the edge of time. Jay Leno is such a character. Yeah. There's the Boca Hotel in the background there. There's Jimmy and Marilyn sitting down because my leg is getting tired. So we had a little bite to eat and sat down for a minute. These people own this jet. So I just asked the lady, I said, "Do you want me to take a picture next to your plane?" And I did, and I gave her my card. I said, this will be on my website. You can just find it. I told her generally how to find it, and she found it, and she bought a couple of pictures. But look at it, it's a, I don't know what the hell kind of jet it is. Um, it's it's got a probably hold 16 people in there. Got those jet engines are just unbelievable how they work. Marilyn's father taught me how they work. This is all the prior, not all. This is some of the prior. Let's go back here again. Back. Oh, I lost it up. It was pictures of the magazine. There's a magazine that's published along with this. See, if I touch that picture now, it'll go right to that picture on my website. There you go. And if you wanted to buy it, you could buy it. You can download it for free. I'm not trying to sell pictures here. See, now here's the hangar party. See, Concourse de Elegance hangar party, February 7th, 2020. Right? 2020, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. There you go. So the best restaurants in the city of Boca Raton and surrounding areas. This is like the Boca Hotel, I believe. They make all kinds of things like this, and you go around. Remember, there's $200 a ticket, so it's all for charity. So part of the charitable contributions that these people, the restaurants, actually contribute their time, money, and food, and expertise, and their ability to produce these wonderful things that you can eat. They produce that so the attendees can, have a little bite. I mean, I'm sure that my mouth is watering just looking at that. Nice little fruit thing. If you were staying at the Boca Hotel, you could order that on the breakfast menu. It would cost you $15. I bet you. We got married at the Boca Hotel, so these little dishes, look at that. Oh my God. Yeah, this nice scallop and a mushroom thingy, I guess, on some kind of a black plate. I mean, there's a piece of tenderloin with a piece of scallop on some kind of piece of rye bread with a stalk of seasoning. We had one of those. I took a picture of it before I devoured it. I mean, that tenderloin is like, oh my God. It's like Chateaubriand, is what it is, actually. Can you imagine that, cutting that up? That's about 1/3 of an inch thick, in case you're wondering. Yeah, it was marvelous. We went to 4 or 5 of these events. I lost track of how who the hell to communicate with. I can't, There's Chops. That was the chef. Chef Sean right there on the very left side. The middle gentleman, I can't remember his name. See, there's Chops. He's still at Chops. The black fellow in the middle. Chef Sean left and went to, I think, New York City to be the chef in the fancy schmancy New York City restaurant, which he ended up, having a piece of, elevating his career into some ownership. There you go. So they're making these things. See, there's this grill in the background. They're cooking up these marvelous morsels. There they are. See Chef Sean. You can see Sean R. Thomas Thompson. Yeah. See, there they go. Boca Raton Concourse d'Elegance. That's a jet airplane. Beechcraft premiere. Yeah, wow. So probably Pratt and Whitney engines. Manufactured in the middle of the state of Florida. So these people, they show off their planes. You know, it's part of the hangar party, and they have seats, and people that want to buy a jet, they'll take a look in there. I've gone in some of these jets and taken pictures. Honda jet, look at that big one. There's that dish again. There's that dish again. There's some just pretty people. Plane taking off. People watch sale. This nice couple. Here's where the party is really cranking right about now. This is when we leave. Because when you get all these people, you can't take pictures of anything because there's people everywhere. So unless you're shooting people shots, which I shot that one. See, everything's full now. You know, there's lines everywhere, and which, you know, that's what they hope for. It's $200 a person. That adds up. Probably 500 people show up, so it's $100,000 raised for the Boys and Girls Club. Okay. Back home. There we go. Look at this. Is that a cute face or what? You know, I just had to snap the shot. I'm like in front of the crowd, but to the right of the speaker, because you can see her eyes are looking at the speaker, as this lady here. And it was an educational show, FAU event. And you see the bowl of apples in the background. So, you know, you have the teacher and the apple and the. So I had to snap that one. That is just, you know, and then she looked over to me and she was smiling, and then she looked back at the 8%er. Yeah, this is 2004. Can you imagine? It's crap. 22 years ago. Look at that. I can't believe it. I remember being there, you know, just taking the picture. You know, when you take when you take millions of pictures, which we have, this is a different way of presenting this whole event. Literacy and Education Conference. Let me just snap on that picture. So this is the picture, you know, in full scale picture of that one. So you wonder 22 years later what she's doing, where she is, how many kids she's got. You know, does she live in Kansas now, or you know, there's no way of knowing. There probably is a way of knowing, but I'm not gonna, you know. At 80 years old, there's only so many things I can do right now, and in a couple hours, see, that's the guy that was talking. That's the head of the educational department. Come to think of it, he's the dean of the education. He's got a red apple and a green apple. So he's talking, you know, he's the head dog in the College of Education. Yes, sir, Bob. People taking notes. He is the president of FAU 22 years ago, and he is talking Frank Brogan is his name. And we knew him, and he knew me. We've had a couple of glasses of wine together at Max's Grill. He told me, he said, Jimmy, you and I are the only Republicans at the university. So keep it to yourself if you want to keep teaching here, because if they find out that you're a Republican, they won't renew your agreement. You'll be done. I'm president; they can't get rid of me. But you, they can get rid of. So keep your mouth shut. I mean, we were like joking around, but he was telling me, he says, keep your mouth shut because you'll be gone. So guess what? Don't talk politics. You know, unless you're a liberal, keep your mouth shut. Isn't that disgusting? And here's the president of the university, who is the former lieutenant governor of the state of Florida, and he's telling me, keep your mouth shut at FAU. He's the president of FAU. Marilyn's sitting next to me. I said, you believe in this shit? I have to keep my mouth shut. And here's some other important lady that came down from Tallahassee. Let's see if I can zoom in on her name tag. I don't think I can. McFadden, maybe. Yeah, I think that is McFadden. Something McFadden. Attractive lady, for sure. It's hard to be attractive when you're speaking. But there are people, I mean, she was important in the education world, you know, McFadden. She was, you know, some important figure that came in from Tallahassee. So, along with Frank Brogan and a few others. I don't know if they flew together or what, but I know she was an important person, probably in the program. Here's a teacher who's focusing on what's being said and reading, and they got the glasses. Here's another guy. I think this is an FAU guy. You know, it was an important conference. I think it was successful. Here's somebody looking at someone's resume, or it's the program guide maybe for the event. I can't see if I could reverse pinch that. I could see what we could read that. But there you go. So there's the apples and the salads that we're getting ready. Everybody, the area was closed. So they open the doors and then everyone sits down where they sit down. This is before the people started ripping into the salad. Look at that, nice, fresh. These guys really know how to, you know, I mean, they obviously have good kitchens in a university like this. Nice looking girl. There's a pen getting ready to take more notes. Pencils down. Pay attention to me. I used to do that all the time. Yeah, I taught for 20 years at FAU. Since 2003. 2002. Published a book in 2003. Had it republished in 2007, I think. So I had a second edition. There's that lady that was speaking. She had amazing blue eyes. You can kind of see the blue eyes. When she look at you, oh my God, you just get mesmerized by the color of those eyes, you know. I like to get the name tags. And look at that, Reed, R-E-A-D, on diamonds. She obviously teacher for her whole life. These are all important education people at this conference. I think we're now at the president's house. And these two like organized the event at the president's, at Frank Brogan's house. You know, you got the president's house in the university. Well, he's home now with all these dignitaries. This is like at 7 o'clock at night. Yeah, they had flautists and yeah. I mean, music. Yeah, I mean, when you have a university, you get people that will play music. Yeah, I was stood up on the stairs and told everyone to look up at me. There's his wife in front of Frank Brogan. I don't remember her name. So there are people that are at the joining him at his house at a evening cocktail party. Yeah, I don't think they served dinner. I actually don't remember. There you go. There's an important guy. There's that pen. I was taking notes. She crossed out something intensely. There you go. I mean, different. You see publications where you see these lifestyle pictures like this. So I took all kinds of different shots so that the Department of Education, they could crop and use that, as part of something. There you go. There's a couple of peppers. I just snapped away like I was a proud daddy. Yeah, there's Frank and the program director. They're talking about what they're going to. I'll tell you what, when you give Frank, there's the dean of the College of Education. Yeah, that's Frank Brogan. He's the president of the university. He's the dean of education. He put on this event. Microphone speaker. They're not talking. They're getting ready to start the speeches. We're back at the president's house. Important people from out of city. I don't remember who they are. Both my computers acted up here like I'm telling you, they're going to start arguing with each other. Then AI has gone too far. There's Frank Brogan. I don't know what he's getting ready to talk. But I'll tell you what, when you give him a microphone, which he now has, he will talk. He talks more than I do. And in 30 seconds, this broadcast will have eclipsed the 4-hour mark, which is the longest period of time I've ever broadcasted on YouTube. And I'm surprised they haven't cut me off. Oh, in Merkel, 4 hours and 30 seconds. You see right here? This is the elapsed timer. And it's 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 36 seconds. And it's going to go to 4 hours. And there we go. Yeah, you can see it. In 10 seconds, it's going to be 4 hours. It's going to go 4. Oh. I've never gone 4 hours. 5 seconds. There we go. I'm glad I looked up. Bam! 4 hours. Yeah, there's probably some time when I pull the hook in here. It's 5:40 a.m. and I'm going to click off just so I can walk around and I got to get ready for this stupid dog. It's not a stupid dog. Come on. It's stupid Jimmy. Here we go. Let's see where he is. Whoa! He's in Melbourne now. At 5:39 and 5:40. He's on I-95 coming south. Yeah, okay. Let's just touch him. There we go, Andrew. There you go. 1 hour and 47 minutes. 6, yeah, he'll be around here about 6:15, 7:15. Okay. It's a long, it is a long ass drive, I'm telling you. This whole state of Florida, I mean, it just goes on and on. I mean, it's like, stop it already. Here we are. It's 5:40. I'm going to do a print screen here just for the heck of it, just for posterity, so we can see where we're at. Save the photos. There we go. This is like, God almighty. Well, the good thing is I got my credit on my returning that device. And this College of Education, there we go. These ladies were sitting outside the president's house, inside a screened area, I think. There you go. A third lady from the left, I know her from something. There's that one. Looking through the notebook, see if you, if you're a registered attendee of this event, you see you get this 3-ring binder, and it's got all this stuff in it with educational people. I'm a scientist. These are all, the College of Education, which they actually put me on for a trying to think of the name of that guy. Yeah, they gave me a classroom. They walked me around all over the place. Say hello to Professor Wilson. It was really, they treated me, with honor and respect. It was really quite nice. There, open up fine wine. Yeah. I couldn't quite get the deal to work with the College of Education. They got all complicated. I said, look, you don't have to do anything. All you got to do is turn the lights on. I don't, you don't. There's no, you don't have to do a thing. Just turn the lights on. And give me a microphone. I got it all set up. I got the books. I wrote the books. Students buy the books, and I teach, digital photography. And there's nothing to do. All you got to do is tell everybody, and people pay. $400 a person. I get 100. You get 300. What's not to like? Yeah. I do 10 classes, so I get $10 a class per person, basically, and you get everything else. And they were like flummoxed on, well, wait a minute, we got to. I said, hey, you can do whatever you want, but this is the way it goes. I send a fax out. You publish it in you publish it in the newspaper, in the Sun Sentinel, and whatever. You call them up, and they'll write a story about it. I mean, they've done stuff for me in the 2 major newspapers, and my phone will ring off the hook. I'll get 80 people to sign up, and or 60. Let's just say 60, 30 per class. Maybe 2 classes, a Tuesday night and Thursday night, and once a week for 10 weeks. The people, they're adults, so they love it. This is like 19 years ago, when digital photography was a new thing.
It's 5:45.
Well, I used to, on top of new things, I had a very good digital camera. In the early days, it cost me $25,000. Can you believe it? Yeah. My father gave me the money to buy a digital camera. I bought the best one there was, made by Kodak and Canon. It's a joint venture in the early days of digital photography. Neither company knew how to do it all, so Kodak did the imager and Canon did the camera. So the two of them came up with the digital camera. How simple is that? So God made a joint venture. This guy knows how to do this and that company knows how to do that. They came together. Kodak did the imager, which was spectacular. And Canon had the camera with the buttons and the knobs, and they had the infrastructure of. They just replaced the film with the digital imager. Everything else, it was all ready to go. Amazing. I bought one of them. Cost $20,000. $20,000 for a frickin' camera. All right, sports fans, 5:45. If I stop talking, what am I going to do? I don't know. How far was he away? I can't believe you guys are still listening to me. All right, I just snapped this at 5:40. Now it's 5:46. So he was an hour and 40 minutes away. See down at the very bottom? That's how long. That's when he gets here. Yep, that's his ETA. That's the ETA. Yep, and he's north of Vero Beach, so that's right. He's coming down I-95. He's coming right there. When he gets to Jupiter, he's an hour away. So you got to come all the way down that road. So he should be there by 6:30. If any of this is true. I can't see that on this iPad. It's only me tracking him is only good on this device. It's like special. Yeah. You got to answer an invite code and all this. It's this 360 Life app, which that's right. This is app right here. See, Life 360. I said it backwards. That's the name of the app. There he is. Now he's an hour and 40 minutes away. It even tracks him. It'll speed ahead here in a minute if you can see it. Yeah, you can. You can just barely see it. I can't put it on the big iPad. Fellsmere, Florida. Never heard of it. Hour and 40 minutes. Puts them in about 7:15. It's okay. He said between 6 and 7, yesterday. He was 1,500 miles away. This is Andrew 53 seconds ago. Yeah. See, then I pinch. And there we go. He's a long way to go. There's Jimmy, Boca Raton. But he was way up in Washington, D.C. There you go. He's got this little dog. I'm going to give you some music and say bye-bye. Hold on a minute. Here we go. You look like trouble in neon light, and I don't mind tonight. Man, good night or good morning, depending on from where you came. You and I, where hearts compete. Feel the rhythm, feel the beat. Oh, oh,
Oh, mango dreams, we're burning in between. Mango dreams, we're burning in between. Taste the sunset on your skin, laughing loud, we let it in. Every beat we spin again. This night won't end. You look like trouble in neon light, and I don't mind. Tonight, mango dreams, electric heat, dancing barefoot on repeat. You and I, where hearts compete. Feel the rhythm, feel the beat. Let it play until sunrise. This is our paradise. It's been a long road, I'm still on my way, chasing the memories we made. Your voice is the light that keeps me awake when the world starts to fade. And I know we've been far apart, but I still feel you in my heart. If I fall, if I lose my ground, would you hear me now? If I call your name tonight, would you pull me back to life? Through the dark, through all the pain, would you call my name? If I call your name tonight, would you find me in the light? When the echoes fade away, would you call my name? Would you call my name? Would you call my name? Under the silence, I'm still the same, writing your words in the rain. Every heartbeat whispers your face, I can't let it fade away. And I know we've been far apart, but I still feel you in my heart. If I fall, if I lose my ground, would you hear me now? If I call your name tonight, would you pull me back to life? Through the dark, through all the pain, would you call my name? If I call your name tonight, would you find me in the light? When the echoes fade away, would you call my name? Oh, 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 call my name. Oh, oh, call my name. When the night falls down again, would you call my name? Oh, 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 call my name. 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 If I call your name tonight, would you pull me back to life? Through the dark, through all the pain, would you call my name? The night is young, the city sleeps, but we're wide awake into deep. Silhouette in the neon glow feels like a dream I used to know. We're chasing time, we'll never win. But I'll relive this night again. Stay with me till sunrise. Hold me close, don't close your eyes. Feel the rhythm, feel the sky. Love like this will never die. Every second
Good vibes indeed.
but your heart beats my favorite tune. We're burning bright, we're burning free. Let's be what we're meant to be. When the morning breaks, we'll go. But tonight I need you so. Stay with me till sunrise. Hold me close, don't close your eyes. Feel the rhythm, feel the sky. Love like this will never die. City lights fade into gray.